Good morning, honorable members. May I request that you all just turn on your microphones if you haven't tested it yet. This is
How long should we turn on the microphones for?
just so we can hear you. Thank you, ma'am. You're clear.
Is the mic. Having done so, I'll now request delegates
Recording
to
in
observe
progress.
a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. No, thank you very much, honorable delegates. Allow me to take this opportunity to proceed by reminding delegates of the rules relating to all our virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings. In particular, sub-rules 21, 22, 23 of Rule 103, which provides as follows: that the hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. That for purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present. That delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak. The delegates who experience connectivity issues are encouraged to use a still photograph for identification on the virtual platform. That delegates on the virtual platform are encouraged to log on with one device only, as logging on with two or more devices further lowers the bandwidth. That delegates should ensure that microphones on their electronic devices are muted and must always remain muted unless they are permitted to speak. That all delegates in the chamber must insert their cards to register on the chamber system. That delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones. That all delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat room. In addition, I would like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and SALGA representatives on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facilities on the electronic devices are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation instruments on their desks to access interpretation facilities. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to notices of motion. I now call on members who wishes to table notice of motion to indicate so that we can proceed accordingly. Honorable member, we'll start with myself. Any other person? No, none. Oh, thank you very much. So we'll start here and go there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning. Honorable Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debates improving safety and security measures to better protect economic infrastructure, including stopping cable theft and the destruction of the country's rail system. I thank the Honorable Chairperson. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bartlett. We'll proceed, Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Hi, disturbing me. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting, setting up an implementation, which is 7th Parliament, setting up and implementing holistic measures to deal with concern of rising levels of violence and bullying in South African schools. I so moved, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Ndongeni. The next is Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debate strengthening of interventions aimed at ensuring culprits of femicide, child abuse, and rape are arrested, denied bail, and face the full might of the law. I so move, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. We will then move on to motions without notice. Let's start on the Baron Horst. Okay. Please proceed.
Honorable Chair, I'm so privileged. Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes that the Western Cape Provincial Government delivered 2,217 new classrooms to learners in the Western Cape since 2019 in new and replacement schools, and that existing schools have constructed 84 more classrooms to support Western Cape learners with special needs. The continued investment in education infrastructure is reflected in the improved math and language results across all Western Cape school phases in 2023. Further notes that 193 Western Cape health facilities now have generators to continue essential services 24/7 during load shedding, which we all know is coming back next month, and that the Western Cape government has spent 89 million rand to protect water treatment facilities in municipalities across the province to ensure that critical water infrastructure is operational during load shedding. Recalls that almost 4,000 load shedding relief packs have been distributed to vulnerable Western Cape residents at social development facilities that care for people with disabilities, senior citizens, and shelters caring for gender-based violence victims. Recognizes that the Western Cape has the lowest unemployment rate in South Africa at 21.4%, and that the Western Cape has created 64.9% of all net jobs between 2019 quarter 3 and 2023 quarter 4. Growing jobs in the Western Cape by 240,000 in the past 5 years. The truth must be hurting. Acknowledges that the Western Cape government has delivered over 43,000 housing opportunities and have assisted over 21,000 Western Cape residents to become first-time homeowners. Remembers that over 1,300 LEAP officers have been deployed with the assistance of the Western Cape government to keep communities safe, resulting in more than 27,000 arrests and the confiscation of more than 554 illegal firearms. Congratulates Premier Alan Winde and the DA-led 6th Provincial Administration for their citizen-centric approach to service delivery to all the residents of the Western Cape, as confirmed by the best audit outcome in 5 years, with 100% of departments and entities receiving unqualified audits in 2022-2023. Honorable Chair, I so move.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion?
Object.
I object. I object, Honorable Chair.
The motion may not be proceeded with and become a notice of a motion. Honorable Malika?
Thank you, Chairperson. I here move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council note with sadness the passing of retired Constitutional Court Judge Yvonne Mohoro on the 9th of May 2024 at the age of 73. Also note that Justice Mohoro was a judge of the Constitutional Court of South Africa from its inception in 1994 until the end of her 15-year term in 2009. Also note that throughout her distinguished legal career, she taught many courses at a number of universities in South Africa and abroad. Further note that in 2015, she was inducted as a member of the Order of the Baobab in bronze for her excellent contribution in the field of law and administration of justice in democratic South Africa. Express condolences to the Mohoro family, her friends, her and colleagues, both locally and international. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malika. Any objection to the motion? No objection, and there being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We'll move on to Honorable Tim. Maybe what I should do is to just ask one more time if the hands can be lifted so that I can see. Okay. Yeah, then there's Dango here. And then Khai. And then Honorable Lucas. Honorable Shaikh. Okay. Honorable Tim, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I see there is a lot of humor in the House today, which is good for our last sitting, but I come to the House today with a very serious matter. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes that on 6 December 2003, I stood before this very House and issued a motion without notice relating to the brutal murder of the DA Chief Whip in the Ngani Municipality, Councillor Nhlalayenza Ndlovu. Reminds this House that Councillor Ndlovu was shot in front of his wife and young children. Notes that immediately following this act, the Democratic Alliance, at its own considerable expense, launched a private forensic investigation into the matter. Notes that the DA offered assistance to the SAPS in their investigation, which included any possible findings, leads, and evidence generated in the DA's forensic team. Notes that the leader of the DA in KZN, Francois Rogers, MPL, has on numerous occasions called for a meeting with the Provincial Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, in order to share the information of the SAPS investigation and also to get an update on the SAPS investigation. Notes that despite these requests, it would now appear that the Provincial Police Commissioner is deliberately avoiding contact with the DA. Notes that this is inexplicable behavior is particularly egregious, given KZN's long history of political violence, which includes the killing of councillors and other political stakeholders. Calls again for the umpteenth time that Premier Nomusa Dube Ngube urgently convenes a roundtable discussion with all KZN political party leaders and the SAPS provincial leadership in a bid to find solutions. Calls on the Premier and the Commissioner to remove their heads from the sand and face head-on the ongoing and persistent crisis of political violence in the killing fields of KwaZulu-Natal. I so move. And for the last time in this Parliament, Siyabonga.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion?
Yes.
There's an
I
objection.
objection.
The motion may therefore not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Dango.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council, 1, notes that Friday, the 17th of May, 2024, marks a milestone in the elections timetable. The first day of voting in the 2024 national and provincial elections. South African citizens living in other countries will cast ballots on the 17th of May, 2024. 2, also notes that 9 countries will cast ballots on Friday, while the rest of the 102 countries will cast ballots on Saturday, the 18th. 3, further notes that as citizens voting out of country in 2024 national election can only vote at their mission. Repeat, at their mission. Missions at work from Saturday to Thursday vote on Friday the 17th from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Missions that work from Monday to Friday vote on Saturday the 18th May from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Call upon South Africans abroad to note the above information and to come out and vote correctly. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dango. Any objection to the motion? No objection. The motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Nsube.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Council. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes that the Springbok women beat Madagascar 46-17 at home in Antananarivo at the weekend of the 11th May 2024 to retain the African Championship. Understands that the victory qualifies Africa's top team for the next Rugby World Cup and the World 15 second tier tournament, which South Africa will host in September 2024. Also understand that the World Rugby Tournament, South Africa will be competing against the national teams of Scotland, Italy, the United States, Japan, Samoa in the second tier of this three-tier international competition. Recognizes the Springbok women are making South Africa proud and are a shining example of the strides the country has made in the development of women of our nation during the 30 years of freedom. Congratulate the Springbok Women National Rugby Team on winning the Rugby Africa Women's Cup and advancing to the 2025 Rugby World Cup in England. Calls upon all South Africans to support the Springbok women in their future endeavors. I so move, Chairperson. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Nsube. Any objection to the motion? No, none. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We'll then move on to Honorable Shaik.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House welcomes the arrest of a truck driver by police for transporting drugs worth 3.5 million on the N1 in Laingsburg in the Western Cape on Thursday, the 9th of May, 2024. Notes that members of the Rural Flying Squad stationed in Laingsburg in partnership with the Laingsburg South African Police Services conducted high-density patrols on the N1 national route, pulled over a truck, searched it and found 10 packets containing mandrax concealed in a box and 8 boxes containing compressed taha. Recognizes that drugs are the cause of some of the most violent crimes that wreak havoc in South Africa, in South African communities. Believes that working together will ensure a rapid downward trend in the overall levels of crime, and commends the police for their dedication and diligence in arresting drug dealers and couriers and bringing them to justice. And we call upon all law-abiding citizens to continue to work with the police to ensure drug-free and safer communities. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shaik. Any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We'll then move on to Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to you and greetings to the honorable members. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House applauds the Eastern Cape Provincial Government for initiating the use of the livestock identification and traceability system as part of efforts to fight stock theft. It notes that the livestock identification and traceability system is a technology-based ear tag gadgets that government is delivering to 120 cattle farming enterprises across the province, as well as part of efforts to strengthen biosecurity measures to improve the international trade of cattle. Also note that all the ear-tag animals and their identities of their owners will be registered onto a central database where animal movement is recorded to make it easy to trace the animal back to the owner. Understand that 30,000 cattle will be ear-tagged for identification and traceability as part of a rollout in Solo. Recall that the rollout of livestock identification and traceability system is a follow-up on the commitment made by the provincial government during the 2024 State of the Province address. And as part of implementing an agreement between the government and the red meat industry, believe that this system will improve the prosecution rate of people charged with livestock theft and strengthen biosecurity measures in farms to improve international trade of cattle opportunities. Welcomes the training and registering of more than 250 vets, scientists, animal health technicians, and extension advisors to lead the implementation of the system, and trust that the system will go a long way in improving the recovery of stolen animals. I so move. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Gai. Any objection to the motion?
No
There being
objection,
no
Chair,
objection,
but it is a wake-up call.
the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Lucas.
Baie dankie, voorsitter. Matisa, ek staan hierby op om 'n mosie van roubeklag in te dien vir die heengaan van meneer Willem Damara, 'n Namatal Fundi, die groot leeu van die noorde, 'n seun van die Kalahari Duine, 'n vryheidsvegter in die voormalige Suidwes-Afrika, seun van die Kalahari Duine, 'n nederige persoon, 'n kerkman, 'n pa, 'n broer, 'n storieverteller, 'n skrywer en 'n historikus, 'n kameraad en 'n vriend. 'n Groot verlies vir die gemeenskap van Riemvasmak, van die Keigerriep area en vir die hele Noord-Kaap. 'n Groot verlies vir die Khoi en San gemeenskappe, omdat hy homself by uitstek as 'n Namatal-kundige in hierdie provinsie en in die hele land bevind het. Hy was ook 'n lid van die Pan-Suid-Afrikaanse Taalraad, waar hy die Namatal en die Koko-Gawap bevorder het. Ek wil hiermee vra dat die raad 'n mosie van roubeklag vir sy heengaan op die ouderdom van 59 jaar en 10 maande. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie. Any objection to the motion? No objection. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Any other person wishing to table a motion without notice? No. None. Thank you very much. We will then proceed to the next part of the order, and that's the motion on the order paper. I now ask the Chief Whip to table the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. I move that the motion on the order paper be accepted as is. I so move. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, Chief Whip. We now proceed to voting on the motion, and I shall put the question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of the vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Just as a reminder, maximum 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? No, none. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes, and when called upon to do so, heads of the delegations must indicate where they vote in favor, against, or abstain, will do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape iyavuma sihlalo.
Eastern Cape, iyavuma. Free State.
Free State is in favor, Chairperson of the Council.
Free State also agrees. Gauteng.
Gauteng in agreement, Chairperson.
Gauteng in agreement. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal iyaseka silalo.
KwaZulu-Natal supports. Limpopo.
Limpopo vote in favor. Chairperson.
Limpopo supports. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Vote in favor. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape votes in favor, Chair.
Northern Cape votes in favor. Northwest.
Bokoni Bophirima ba e amogela modulasetulo.
Western Cape.
Western Cape does not support.
Support. Does not support.
We object them.
Western Cape is voting against. Voting is now closed. 8 out of 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We now proceed to the first order. Consideration of the report of Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy. Revised African Regional Cooperation Agreement for Research, Development, and Training related to nuclear science and technology. Agreement with its explanatory memorandum. I now call on Honorable Mudise, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy, to present the committee report. Honorable Mudise.
You're here, Madam. Tell us what you've got, Madam.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Dumelang, good morning, goeiemorgen, sanibonani.
Dumelang, me.
The report on Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resource, and Energy on the ratification of a revised African Regional Cooperation Agreement for Research, Development, and Training related to nuclear science and technology. Agreement as well as the explanatory memorandum attached there. 14 May 2024. The Select Committee on Land Reform, Mineral Resource and Energy, having considered the requested for approval by Parliament for the ratification of revised African Regional Cooperative Agreement for Research, Development and Training related to nuclear science and technology. Agreement as well as the explanatory memorandum attached. Referred to it on the 17th of August 2023, recommended that the Council, in terms of Section 231, subsection 2 of the Constitution, 1996, approve the said agreement. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mudise. I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces again an opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish, maximum 10 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. And that being the case, we shall now proceed to voting on the question. And I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Will do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape
Eastern
iyavuma.
Cape
Free State,
iyayixhasa.
Free State,
Free State supports, Chair.
Free State supports. Gauteng,
Gauteng in favor, Chair.
Gauteng in favor. KwaZulu-Natal,
iKwaZulu-Natal iyaweseka umbiko sihlalo.
supports. Limpopo,
Mpopo in favor, Honorable Chair.
Limpopo is voting in favor. Mpumalanga,
Mpumalanga vote in favor, Honorable Chair.
Mpumalanga votes in favor. Northern Cape,
Northern Cape in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape is voting in favor. Northwest,
Ayamogela Mdula Stulo.
yeah, Northwest votes in favor. Western Cape,
Western Cape support.
Western Cape supports. Voting now been closed. And the results are as follows. 9 out of 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We now proceed to the second order. Consideration of Transport Appeal Tribunal Amendment Bill and the report of Select Committee on Transport, Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure thereon. Announcement tablings in committee reports 15 May 2024. I now call on Honorable M.K. Muima, Chairman of the Select Committee on Transport, Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure, to present the committee report.
Thank you, National Chairperson of the Council of Province. Greetings to my colleagues and also to Baagi ba Afrika Borwa ka kakaretso. National Chair, the Select Committee on Transport, Public Works and Administration, Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure calls upon honorable members to support and adopt the Transport Appeal Tribunal Amendment Bill. Chairperson, this bill seeks to deal with the appeals relating to applications for operating licenses under the National Land Transport Act number 5 of 2009. These appeals, National Chair, are from acts, directions, or decisions of the National Public Transport Regulator and the provincial regulatory entities and municipal regulatory entities. In terms of process followed, Chair, the Select Committee was briefed by the department on the 18th of October, 2023. And on 24th March, 2024, we placed an advert in the media calling for written submissions on the bill with a deadline on the 12th of April, 2024. No submissions were received in response to the call for the written submissions. On the 30th of April, 2024, the Select Committee considered and elaborated on the provincial negotiating mandates. And on the 7th May, the Select Committee continued with the deliberations of the negotiating mandate. And finally, resolving on the final mandate yesterday on the 15th of May 2024. Chair, all the 8 provinces were able to vote in support and gave us mandates to support this bill, except one, which obviously was suspect influenced by the dynamics and context within which we are campaigning. as a result thereof, time pressure, Chair. But we understood because the province has been quite a good participant in all our processes. Chair, therefore, having the committee having considered the final mandate and also adopted the report unanimously in favor of the bill, we therefore table this report before the House for adoption. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Muima. Honorable Delegate, that concludes the debate. And I put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. Before I proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Maximum 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. Thank you very much. We shall now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. And I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon, to head of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We shall do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape iyayamkela sehlala.
Eastern Cape iyayamkela yavuma. Please, Free State.
Free State supports, Chair.
Free State supports. Gauteng.
Gauteng in support, Chair.
Gauteng supports. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal iyayeseka.
KwaZulu-Natal supports. Limpopo.
Limpopo in support, Chair.
Limpopo in support. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga iyavuma, Chairperson.
Mpumalanga. Greece supports. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape supports, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape is voting in favor. Northwest.
Bokoni bophirima ba e amogela modulasetulo.
Northwest supports. Western Cape.
Eastern Cape supports.
Eastern Cape supports. I'm advised that the Free State did not obtain or submit its mandate.
They are incompetent, those ones. You can just see them.
Will therefore not consider the vote from the Free State. And voting being closed, because that's where we are now, and the need to declare the result at this point. So 8 provinces out of 9 have voted in favor. I therefore declare the bill agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll proceed to the third order. Consideration of the marine pollution, prevention of pollution from ships, amendment bill, and report of select committee on transport, public service and administration, public works and infrastructure thereon, announcement tablings and committee reports, 15 May 2024. I now call on Honorable Muima, Chairperson of the Committee on Transport, Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure, to present the committee report. Honorable Muima.
Ke go tlile gape modulasetulo wa bosetšhaba wa ntlo ya kgaolo ya di-province. Ke bua gape ke tlotle maloko a tlotlegang a ntlo ya kgaolo ya di-province ya bosetšhaba. Chairperson, on behalf of the select committee, again, a clarion call to the members to vote and adopt the Marine Pollution Prevention of Pollution from Ships Amendment Bill. National Chair, our country, South Africa, it's a party to the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships. Yes, the Marine Pollution Act of 1973, as amended by the Protocol of 1978. When the convention was adopted by the convention in 1973, there were 5 annexes that were forming part of it. And in 1997, the convention again adopted a protocol, and through this protocol of 1997, the 1973 International Convention was amended to include Annexure 6 to the existing 5 annexes. So therefore, this bill, Marine Pollution Amendment Bill, intends to incorporate the Marine Pollution Annexure 4 and Annexure 6. Marine Pollution Annexure 4 regulates the activities for treatment and safe disposal of sewage from ships. And the Marine Pollution number 6 is the main global instrument that addresses ship energy efficiency management and the emissions. So in terms of the process that was followed by the Select Committee, National Chair, the briefing was received on the 18th of October 2023, and on the 4th of February 2024, an advert was placed in the national media for written submissions on the bill, with a deadline on the 24th February 2024. Only one submission was received from the Worldwide Fund for Nature. And on the 27th March 2024, the department gave us a response as the Select Committee in terms of the presentation that was made. On the 30th of April, the Select Committee, the National Chair, met and agreed to reject the amendment proposed in the negotiating mandates. In its deliberation, the Select Committee was informed by the fact that South Africa is a signatory to the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, and that the bill intends to incorporate annexes 4 and 6 of the convention into the domestic law, meaning that we are domesticating it so that it becomes an integral part of our regime when it comes to the mitigating of the marine pollution. Chair, 8 provinces submitted final mandates on the bill, which was considered on the 15th of May 2024. And again, Chair, the province that was vote was declared not to be relevant, did not submit the final mandate, meaning that again, in this instance, because of the congestion that was referred to, but the Select Committee Chair, having deliberated on and considered the subject of the Marine Pollution, Prevention of Pollution from Ships Amendment Bill, B5 of 2022 National Assembly, which is a Section 76 tagging, referred to it and classified it as a Section 76 bill, and therefore, as the Select Committee, having unanimously agreed to adopt the report by all the
members of the committee table this report for adoption before the House. Thank you, National Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Mwema. That concludes the debate, and I put the question that the bill be agreed to. Before I proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86. If they so wish, maximum 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? No, none. That being the case, we'll therefore proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. And I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order. But before we start, let me indicate again that the Free State mandate was not submitted. So the Free State will not be part of voting. We'll start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, my Chair.
Eastern Cape agrees. Free State?
Free State Chair will have to abstain because we didn't receive the mandate. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Gauteng?
Gauteng in agreement, Chairperson.
In agreement. KwaZulu-Natal? Natal agrees. Limpopo?
Limpopo supports, Chair.
Limpopo agrees. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga supports, Honorable Chair.
Mpumalanga supports. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape supports, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape supports. Northwest?
Bokoni Buphirima ba e amogela modula
Western Cape?
The Western Cape supports.
Western Cape supports. Voting being closed. We now look at declaration of results. So 8 out of 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the bill agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll proceed to the fourth order. Consideration of the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill and report of Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy thereon, announcement tablings and committee reports, 14 May 2024. And now call on Honorable Mudise, Chairperson of Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy to present committee report. Honorable Mudise.
Thank you very much, Mudula Stulo and Proedi Province. The Department of Report on Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resource and Energy on Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill B23B 2023, National Assembly Section 76, dated the 14 May 2024. The Department of Mineral Resource and Energy briefed the committee on the 26 March 2024 on the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill B23B 2023. The bill was referred to the committee on the 14th of March 2024 as a Section 76 bill. The committee called for written comments on the bill from the 18 March 2024 until the 29 April 2024. While the public hearing was held by the provincial legislatures, at the end of the public engagement and process of both committee and provincial legislatures, the negotiating mandate meeting were held by the committee together with the provincial legislatures on the 30th of April 2024. The Select Committee on Land Reform, Mineral Resource and Energy received seven provincial final mandate from Eastern Cape, Gauteng, KZN, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, and Northern Cape, supporting the bill. With the Western Cape submitting the final mandate, not supporting the bill, and Free State didn't submit their final mandate. The Select Committee on Land Reform, Mineral Resource and Energy, having deliberated on the consideration the subject of Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill B23B 2023, National Assembly Section 76. Refer to it and classify by JTM as Section 76 bill, reports that agree to the bill B23B 2024 without any amendments. Therefore, we request the House to adopt this, support this bill. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Modise. That concludes the debate, and I'll put the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Again, a reminder, maximum 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? Western Cape?
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chair, on 15th April of 2024, the Standing Committee on Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism and the Standing Committee on Infrastructure wrote to the NCOP chairperson requesting an extension to process the bill or to revive the bill in the 7th Parliament. Despite numerous follow-up emails by the Western Cape Office with the Speaker on his request, the committee now is sending further correspondence withdrawing its request for an extension and now reaffirming the request for the bill to be revived in the 7th Parliament. Given the technical nature of the bill and the need for more meaningful public participation, especially with the rising concern of various stakeholders at local government on the added definition of distribution of power system. That means a network for the conveyance of electricity which operate at a below or a nominal voltage of 132 kV but above 11 kV. This might reduce the constitutional powers of municipalities to 11 kV or below, which will have a far-reaching financial impact on the already challenged local government spheres. As a response from the NCOP was only received on the 3rd of May 2024, 2 weeks after the committee sent the original correspondence to the chairperson of the NCOP. The lack of response and consideration given by the NCOP to the Western Cape Provincial Parliament had severely impacted on the committee's ability to adequately process the bill. Moreover, the timelines that were provided for the bill in the Select Committee's program were objectively inadequate to facilitate adequate public participation, given the technical nature of the bill and the major economic importance. The Western Cape, therefore, cannot support this bill as it does not comply with constitutional requirements for adequate public participation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to KwaZulu-Natal.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. The ANC supports the amendment to the Electricity Regulation Act bill because it exemplifies the ANC-led government's 1998 white paper on energy, which proposed that the monopoly position of ESCOM in the generation, transmission, and distribution segments of the market was extraordinarily restricted to the desired results of energy security on the one hand, and was responsible for upward biased electricity tariffs on the other hand. This explains why the ANC-led government has proposed the full-blown unbundling of ESCOM to maximize economic efficiency in the electricity market. Chairperson, the presumption is that the unbundling of ESCOM would make the electricity market more responsive to unreliable supply of electricity and high electricity tariffs through competition across the generation as well as distribution networks. In turn, competitions would deliver competitive electricity prices that are not only cost reflective but also affordable. Thus, the proposal from the ANC-led government to amend to this bill attempts to reconcile the proposed unbundling of ESCOM, which with the stated objectives of private sector participation, transparent regulation, and competition in the electricity market. Chairperson, the amendment of this bill boasts several important advantages. Amongst other things, the bill empowers the NERSA to set electricity tariffs and regulate electricity prices for regulated licenses to avoid anti-competitive behavior by IPPs, wherein they would be incentivized to restrict output to create artificial shortages that boost their profits. As such, the empowerment of NERSA is aimed at ensuring that the abuse of market power barely trumps productive efficiency. Thus, transformation the competitive electricity market into a platform able to allocate electricity efficiency. An important advantage of this bill is that it empowers ESCOM and municipalities to compete aggressively with the IPPs in the generation and distribution networks, especially in the generation network where scales economies and the renewable energy technology are important. ESCOM and municipalities are likely to benefit, thus making this bill a profitable strategy. In turn, ESCOM and municipalities will diversify their revenue streams so that they can become going concern capable of representing the interests of the state and competitive electricity market. A crucial advantage of this bill is that it makes it feasible for municipalities to source electricity from any generator with a lower generation cost. In turn, municipality also would set the electricity prices much lower, thereby improving access of electricity for poorer and lower income households. This confirms that the poorer customers must pin their hopes for lower electricity prices on this bill as it attempts to redistribute gains between them and generators in the competitive electricity market. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, KZN. We will now proceed to voting on the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I will now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order. And to indicate again that there's a bit of a problem with the mandate from the Free State, but we'll ask the honorable member to explain. So we'll start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape iyavuma
Eastern
Sehlalo.
Cape iyavuma. Free State?
Chairperson, Free State did not submit the mandate because they have suspended all their legislature activities until the next term, Chairperson.
That is corruption. You are still getting paid.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Gauteng.
Gauteng in favor, Chairperson.
Voting in favor, KwaZulu-Natal.
IKwaZulu Natal iyayiseka sibaba.
KwaZulu-Natal, Sega, Limpopo.
Limpopo in favor, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Mpumalanga,
Mpumalanga supports, Honorable Chair.
yes, Northern Cape,
Northern Cape supports, Honorable Chairperson.
Cape supports, Northwest,
Ra e amogela re le bokoni bophirima.
Northwest agrees, Western Cape,
The Western Cape objects.
Western Cape is voting against. Thank you very much. Voting is now closed. Now the results are as follows. 7 provinces have voted in favor. There's no mandate from 1 province, and the Western Cape has voted against. I therefore declare the bill agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll then proceed to the 5th order. The consideration of plant health, that is phytosanitary bill, and report of Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, Energy thereon. And I call on Honorable Modise to present the committee report. Honorable Modise.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resource and Energy and the Plant Health Bill B14B 2021, National Assembly Section 76, dated 14 May 2024. The Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, Rural Development briefed the committee on the 22nd March 2024 on the Plant Health Bill B14B 2021, Section 76. The bill referred to the committee on the 20 February 2024 as Section 76 bill. The committee called for written comments on the bill from the 18 March 2024 until the 22nd April 2022, while the public hearing were held by the provincial legislatures. At the end of the public engagement process of both the committee and the provincial legislatures,
Please proceed.
no, they're making noise, Chair. The negotiating mandate meeting were held by the committee together with the provincial legislature on the 7th of May 2024. The Select Committee on Land Reform, Mineral Resource and Energy, having received only 5 final mandates from Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, and Northwest, were supporting the bill, and 4 provinces, namely Eastern Cape, Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, and Western Cape, not submitting their final mandate, Honorable Chair. The Select Committee on Land Reform, Mineral Resource and Energy, having deliberated on the consideration of the subject on the Plant Health Bill B14B 2021, National Assembly Section 76, referred to it and classified by the JTM as a Section 76 bill. Therefore, report to it is agreed to the bill B14B 2021 without any amendment. Honorable Chairperson, the Committee on Select Committee, Land Reform, Mineral Resource and Energy would like to thank the leadership of the National Council of Provinces, the committee members, and everybody more especially the provinces, because they have played a major role to make sure that these bills are considered. Therefore, the committee requested the House to support this bill. We thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Modise. That concludes the debate. And I put the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the declarations, vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish, maximum 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration, Western Cape? Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chair, the Western Cape is deeply concerned by the fact that it was not able to fulfill its constitutional duty to facilitate and provide residents of the province their constitutional right to meaningful public participation due to inadequate timelines that fell short of the NCOP 8-week cycle for dealing with Section 76 legislation. The plant health bill carries significant implications and therefore requires thorough deliberation to reflect the diverse perspectives and interests of our communities. Due to the time constraints, it's not possible for the Western Cape to provide adequate and reasonable notice to the populace of the province that this bill is being dealt with to fully enable meaningful public participation and therefore violates Section 118 of the Constitution. Due to this unconstitutionality, the Western Cape recommends that this legislation heeds the Independent Municipal Democration Authority Bill and be deferred to the 7th Parliament with a renewed commitment to ensuring sufficient time for meaningful public participation between provinces and residents. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other province wishing to make a declaration? Yes, okay.
Thanks, Chair. The bill aligns its objective with the African National Congress-led government in South Africa to be global player in the trade of the plant, but which confront the international recognized and approved standard to which the country is part of. This bill is critical to the development of the agriculture sector, but that development occurs within a globally competitive environment, which means our export and import are also influenced by the action of others. This led to our support of the plant health bill, the national
Chair.
Chairperson, we are unable to hear, Chair.
We can't hear.
by around
Chairperson, or we are able to hear now, Chair.
appropriating 61 million crop production contribution to biosecurity, the registration, desertification, soil degrading, and climate change. Government has engaged in a food security drive target and rural areas and townships through provision of the garden tools and the water tanks to village and township farmers and households. The bill ensures our commitment to strengthen biosecurity through the phasing of the infrastructure of livestock handling facility in a communal area. Government need a proper deal with regarding of the PEPs in order to improve our position as a country in global competitiveness in trading plans, either through export or important plans will undergo testing to ensure that it does not negatively affect our biodiversity. In the march of our export are also tested in other countries. The objective is to reduce phytosanitary risk and comply with the prescribed important condition of the target export market. Also, we need to put under surveillance those plants that are in storage or in transportation, particular with the object of reporting the occurrence, our break and spread of PEPs and of controlling those PEPs. This require training and development skills on the field, and this has been done in the past through partnering with institutions of the higher learning that have experience in plant health related subjects.
Yes.
If
Your time is up,
on this,
Honourable Member.
thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other province wishing to make a declaration? No, none. We shall now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. And now call upon provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon, the heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order. And again, the provinces that did not receive mandates, they should please indicate. We'll start with the Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, no mandate.
Eastern Cape, no mandate. Thank you very much. Free State.
Free State, Chair, we didn't receive any mandate, Chairperson.
No mandate. Gauteng.
In favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng is voting in favor. KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal, no mandate is right.
KwaZulu Natal supports. Limpopo.
Limpopo in favor, Chair.
No mandate.
Point of order, Chair.
Sorry, just no mandate. KZN, no mandate. Thank you very much.
KZN, no mandate.
Limpopo.
KZN, no mandate is clear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Limpopo in favor, Chair.
Limpopo is voting in favor. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga supports, Honorable Chair.
Mpumalanga supports. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape supports. Northwest.
Northern Cape doesn't support.
Please proceed.
Bokoni Bupirima Baya Makala Mdulas.
By Amukela, Western Cape.
The Western Cape abstains because we don't have a mandate.
Western Cape abstains. No mandate. Voting being closed. The voting has gone as follows. There was no mandate from the Eastern Cape, the Free State, and KwaZulu Natal. There's also no mandate from the Western Cape. So if you look at the results there, 5 provinces have voted in favor, and I therefore declare the bill agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the sixth order. Consideration of the South African National Water Resources Infrastructure SOC Limited Bill and report of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation, and Human Settlement thereon. Announcement tablings and committee reports, 10 May 2024, page 4. I now call on Honorable TSC Dodovu, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation, and Human Settlements to present committee report. Honorable Dodovu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the House, Honorable Masondo, Deputy Ministers in the platform, MECs, MPLs, and all other special delegates who are part of this meeting. Honorable Chair and members of the House, and today, during the last sitting of the NCOP 6th Parliament, tabling the report of the Select Committee on COPTA, Human Settlement, Water and Sanitation, regarding the South African water resource infrastructure, which has been classified as Section 75 by our parliamentary joint taking mechanism. The same report and the bill itself, Honorable Chair, was adopted by the National Assembly on the 26th of March 2024. The bill was subsequently referred to the NCOP for concurrence and subsequently to the Select Committee for consideration and reporting. Honorable members, this bill that we are today appealing to the NCOP for consideration and passing seeks to address issues relating to water security, as well as socio-economic growth and development, which are highly dependent on the development, operation, and maintenance of national water resources infrastructure. Honorable Chair, the object of the bill are to ensure a sustainable, equitable, and reliable supply of water from the national water resources infrastructure, to also meet our constitutional obligations set out in Section 10, 11, 24, and 27 of our Constitution, and to meet the national and regional social and economic objectives of our national policy. It also seeks to utilize its asset base and cash flow to raise funds to develop infrastructure for social and economic development purposes. But, Honorable Chair, the bill also seeks to fund the cost of national water resources infrastructure development, its operations and maintenance, and to perform the treaty and non-treaty functions currently being performed by the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority. Honorable Chair, during our engagement with ourselves and senior officials of the Department of Water and Sanitation, we have made 3 observations. First, we have noted and welcomed the legislative provision that of encapsulated in Chapter 3 of the bill, which is a comprehensive governance chapter that has been drafted in line with the King's 4 Code of Governance, the Presidential Review Committee reporting recommendations, and other prescripts like the Company Act and the PFMA. Secondly, Honorable Chair, we have noted that this chapter has been drafted so comprehensively to ensure that the agency itself will not be just another public entity with its own legal identity, but seeks to ensure that this agency will be a good corporate citizen, integral to society, with an effective and efficient board as its accounting authority. Stringent criteria has been set for both the nomination committee, who will make recommendation on the board appointments, as well as for prospective candidates who apply for appointments. Honorable Chair, we have also noted that this governance chapter is compatible with, among others, the governance aspect of the Company Act, in that it holds board members accountable in terms of their fiduciary duties, confirming that they will disclose financial and other conflicting interests and hold them to account. We have therefore, Honorable Chairs of Committee, welcomed the legislative commitments that board members found guilty of deriving improper benefits will be made to pay back the benefits derived and the necessary processes unfold. Board members contravening the provisions of the Act will be found guilty as an offense and dealt with accordingly. The Act, Honorable Chair, allows for the state, through the Minister of Water and Sanitation, to investigate the affairs of the agency and to intervene where necessary to avoid the advent of negative or poor administration and mismanagement of the agency. We are of the collective view, therefore, that the governance chapter of this bill has provided the Select Committee on Water and Sanitation, as well as Human Settlement, with oversight tools to be used during the 7th Parliament and administration to monitor how the Department of Water and Sanitation will account on matters related to allegations of corruption, non-financial disclosure, contravention of provisions of the bill itself, poor administration and management of the agency, and the implementation of consequence management. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water, Sanitation and Human Settlement, having deliberated on and considered the subject of the South African National Water Resources Infrastructure, referred on the 28th of March 2024, and classified, as I said, by the JTM as Section 75B, report that it has unanimously agreed to the bill without amendments. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Todovu. I now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow political parties an opportunity to make the declaration of votes in terms of Rule 78, if they so wish. Again, as a reminder, maximum 3 minutes per declaration of vote. Any province wishing to make a declaration? No, none.
Party. Honorable Chair, party.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Online. Honorable Chair, I'm online.
Mayor Smith, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, the DA does not support the ANC government's attempt to create another looting trough SOE, especially given the record of SOEs under the ANC's control. The purpose of this National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency Bill is to capture all water resource assets, as well as to create more opportunities for the connected elite cadres to eat even more. It provides for the comprehensive transfer of all assets, dams and canals, from the Department of Water and Sanitation to the new agency, including taking over control of the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority and all its assets. All the board members, including the chairman and CEO of the entity, will be appointed by the minister. No doubt in accordance with the same reprehensible scenario the public has become accustomed to in relation to failed SOEs under ANC control. The department and the minister had so far been unable to provide the country with a single credible argument as to why the creation of another SOE with massive resources at its disposal would not follow the same path of corruption, mismanagement, and the waste of taxpayers' money, which we have been witnessing for decades. South Africans are all too aware that the ANC abuses every opportunity to loot, steal, and abuse state resources for the benefit of a selected few cadres. At the end of the day, the end users will pay more for water to fund these elite cadres' salaries and luxury expenses. In the wake of the ANC's refusal to stop cadre deployment, and in the absence of any convictions for massive corruption and theft of billions of rands under their watch, the ANC hereby wish to place on record our strongest disapproval of the National Water Regulator Infrastructure Authority Bill, and therefore opposes this bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, honorable members, the African National Congress fully supports the adoption of the report on the National Water Infrastructure Resource Agency Bill without amendments as tabled by the Select Committee in Corporate Governance, Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation. Honorable Chair, the democratic government led by the African National Congress is committed to the realization of the constitutional right to clean drinking water and adequate sanitation for our people. We not only proclaim that water is life and sanitation is dignity, the government is actually working to expand access to these important basic services for all South Africans. In fact, Section 27(1)(b) of the Constitution provides for the right to sufficient food and water and says that the democratic government should take all reasonable or practical measures to ensure the gradual realization of this right. Honorable Chair, this means that the ANC-led government has a responsibility to ensure that it brings safe water to all our people, irrespective of where they are in the country, whether in urban or rural areas. Honorable members, the purpose of our election to this August House is to develop and pass legislation that the executive has introduced, which we believe is crucial for the transformation of our society. The National Water Infrastructure Resource Agency Bill is one such important piece of legislation that will radically transform not only the water sector, but also the provision of quality, safe, clean drinking water to our communities, irrespective of gender, race, creed, and geographic location. Honorable Chair, in this August House, we all agree that there is a dire and urgent need to fast-track the establishment of the National Water Infrastructure Resource Agency to address some of the water-related challenges faced by our people. The water-related challenges faced by our communities are water outages as a result of a lack of repairs, maintenance, and refurbishment of the water infrastructure. And this is mostly due to a lack of the relevant technical skills and financial resources to undertake the necessary work. Honorable Chair, once established, the National Water Infrastructure Resource Agency will manage, maintain, and repair all water infrastructure, guaranteeing constant water supply to all our communities and leaving no one behind. The agency will be able to raise the financial resources necessary to the fund to the country's water infrastructure projects. Honorable Chair, we want to reiterate that the African National Congress unreservedly supports the report of this bill for the bill's adoption and for President Ramaphosa to sign it into law. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The next person is Dabin from the EFF. Damini?
Chairperson, we are here to deliberate on a bill that seeks to establish an SOE that will be responsible for water management in this country. While we do not object the importance and the strategic role of an SOE, the problem we are facing as a country is a different problem. Our problem is not that we don't have water in South Africa. Our problem is that we do not have engineers in South Africa. Our problem is not that we cannot build water infrastructure in this country. The problem is that of the outgoing ANC government that has neglected the water infrastructure in the last 30 years. They have neglected the water treatment plants, they have neglected the water network systems, and they have allowed water leaks to become a permanent feature of the water system. And they have done this while they are giving the people of Hammanskraal water that is killing them. The question is, what is to be done? Because water belongs to all of us as a national heritage, and water is life. We need to ensure that all households have access to piped drinking water inside their houses. We are raising all this because transparency and accountability when dealing with the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency bill was at times shambolic. We appreciate that there is a need to improve management of our water resources, and we know the ANC government has no political will and capacity. When the EFF takes over power on the 29th of May, we are going to prioritize water and make sure that our people have access to clean, drinkable, and dependable water. The EFF rejects this bill.
You've been saying that thing from the 2014.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to the IFP. Honorable Katebe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. If we review the roles of all our country's SOEs, we would find that they all have one thing in common. That is to provide the people of South Africa with effective and efficient service delivery in various industries. Sadly, in reality, the inverse is unfortunately true. SOEs have been failing dismally for years on end, and the people of South Africa have been left to suffer the consequences. We have load shedding due to ESCOM's failure, commuters struggling to get to their places of employment due to PRASA's failure, South Africans losing their sources of income due to South African post office's failure, the very entities tasked with supporting the country's socio-economic growth, addressing economic injustices of the past, and the current altering economy have unfortunately been consistently draining our economy. Yet we want to establish another state-owned entity. Water is a lifeline for all South Africans. Therefore, it is critical that it be managed effectively and efficiently, and the constitutional right to water is upheld. The current condition of our country's water infrastructure is concerning, to say the least. The bill provides for a single national government institution to manage our water infrastructure and resources. However, considering that corruption and mismanagement have run rampant in institutions run by the government, therefore we have to err on the side of caution. Why is the solution always a new agency and a state-run entity when we already have institutions in place to ensure the effective management of our country's water infrastructure? The unnecessary duplication of mandates only provides government departments with effective scapegoats when they fail to deliver on their duties. For this bill, Honorable Chairperson, to have any impact, the government needs to ensure that the management of this bill, of this new entity, rests on the shoulders of individuals who are capable of doing their job and truly desire to serve the people of South Africa. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khatebe. Honorable members and delegates, we are now allow 15 seconds window to ensure that those who are outside the chamber on the virtual platform are able to join the House. The 15 seconds starts now. 15 seconds. Hand is maybe a bit low. Please keep your hand up there. Yeah. Please don't harass Salga. Don't harass Salga. Keep your hand there until you are told to lower it. Okay.
All those supporting corruption, keep
Counting
your
is
hands up.
done. Thank you very much. You can lower your hand. So counting is done there. Let's now have all those delegates who are voting against raising their hands. And please keep them up there.
Chair, please note my objection. Bukause.
You can't raise your hand. You can't just raise your hand now, Ma'am Council.
Shut up, when incompetent. Shut up. Shut up.
Please keep those hands up there. Are you done? Yeah, counting is done. We can lower your heads.
Maybe we need a Zoom
Thank
induction
you very much.
to the EFF.
Are there any delegates who are abstaining?
I will never be inducted.
Please keep your hands up there. Yes. And those abstaining? No, none. Yeah. The counting is done. And the results are as follows. In favor, 26. Against, 17. Abstentions, 0. The bill is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable members, yeah, point of order. Yes, Kai.
Honorable Chair, I'm rising in terms of the rules of the NCOP. On page 300, number 35, there are matters that are raised as unparliamentary.
Your term is over, man. What is
One
this thing?
of those is to say to a member, shut up. That is
Shut
on
up.
page
Shut up,
302.
fool.
So I would like you, Honorable Chair, to roll Honorable Mokause out of order in terms of this rule. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sure that the point that's being raised, I think is very, very clear. The rules make no provision for that kind of language. And therefore the member is ruled out of order. Yes, thank you very much. We will now proceed to the next item, the seventh order, consideration of a general intelligence law amendment bill, B4D-2023, National Assembly, Section 75, and report of ad hoc committee on general intelligence laws, amendment bill thereon, announcement tablings and committee reports, May 2024. I now call Honorable M.K. Mwima, Chairperson of the ad hoc committee on general intelligence laws amendment bill, to present the committee report. Honorable Mwima.
Thank you, Chair. And again, my due recognition to your esteemed self. Chair, the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill was referred to the Select Committee, and the bill seeks to implement the recommendation of the high-level review panel on the State Security Agency, and thereby creating a distinct domestic and foreign intelligence services. Secondly, to clarify mandates and ensure and address some legal and procedural shortcomings that were identified. The intelligence services national chair is quite important because it plays a critical role in safeguarding the national security and national interest. And this is done through the gathering, analysis, and dissemination of intelligence on domestic and foreign threats. Chair, the second point related to the bill is its intention to amend the National Strategic Intelligence Act of 1994, the Intelligence Services Act of 2002, and the Intelligence Services Oversight Act of 1994, so as to amend and insert certain definitions to establish the South African Intelligence Service, the South African Intelligence Agency, the National Communication Center, and the South African National Academy of Intelligence. But more than that, to ensure that there's clarity in relation to the functions of the intelligence services structures. Chair, the bill was passed by the National Assembly, transmitted to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence, and referred to the ad hoc committee on the 26th March 2024. And the minister in the presidency had an opportunity to brief the State Security Agency, had an opportunity to brief the committee on the background and the objects of the bill. In fulfilling the constitutional obligation to facilitate public participation, there are a number of acts that we undertook, amongst them geared towards soliciting input from the provinces through the office of the Speaker. Secondly, an advert was placed in the national media calling for written submissions on the bill, and also public hearings were conducted in 4 provinces, Northwest, Northern Cape, Free State, and Eastern Cape, between the 13th and the 28th of April. Chair, the oral submissions on the bill was heard on the 23rd of April 2024 from various organizations led by Congress of South African Trade Union, Intelwatch, Freedom of Religion South Africa, Mr. Padiaki from the Stellenbosch faculty, and also Professor Jane Duncan from the University of Glasgow, and Mr. Khosi. Chair, during the NA process, the bill underwent through a number of scrutiny, and as a result, substantive changes were made to the initial bill as submitted to Parliament to address concerns raised. As a result of such improvements, in their submissions to the National Council of Province Ad hoc Committee, many of the stakeholders stated that the bill before the committee represented a significant improvement. On the 13th May, the committee considered and adopted the public participation process report on the bill, and the overwhelming majority of inputs have been in support of the bill, and even where stakeholders made recommendations for further improvements, such stakeholders did not reject the bill. Chair, during the provincial public hearing, members of the public also expressed support for the bill, stating that there was a need for coordinated efforts among intelligence services. On the 13th May, the minister in the presidency and the State Security Agency responded to the written and oral submissions. And on the 14th May 2024, the committee continued with the deliberations on the bill and adopted the committee report on the bill. Having been advised on the process that would have to be followed to effect the amendments on matters that would extend the subject of the bill, the committee reached consensus on referring the below listed matters to the 7th Parliament for processing. One, amending the Secret Services Act of Act number 56 of 1978 to provide for the establishment of the evaluation committee within 12 months. Two, appointment of the deputy chairperson of the Joint Steering Committee on Intelligence, or the co-chair. Three, biannual meetings between the Joint Steering Committee on Intelligence and the President. Four, the alignment of Joint Steering Committee of Intelligence annual reporting with parliamentary reporting. Number five, the appointment of the Deputy Inspector General of Intelligence, and empowering the Joint Steering Committee of Intelligence to designate the Inspector General of Intelligence to provide a specific oversight functions. Chair, due to the dedication and commitment of the committee members, the committee unanimously agreed to support the General Intelligence Law Amendment Bill. And it is important, Chair, just to note that effective intelligence laws are fundamental to ensuring the proper functioning of intelligence services while upholding the rule of law and protecting civil liberties. And on that note, Honorable National Chair, I therefore put the report for adoption before the House. Thank you, National Chair.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I now put the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow political parties an opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78, if they so wish. Maximum 10 minutes per declaration of vote. Any political party wishing to make a declaration?
Yes, the EFF Chair.
Yes, Damini. Please proceed.
Chairperson, there are three key substantial amendments which the bill processes: securing the autonomy of the Office of the Inspector General Intelligence, thus strengthening oversight of intelligence services, separation of the foreign domestic branch of the intelligence services, and the legalization of bulk interception. The EFF is alive to the abuse that characterized our intelligence services in favor of fighting internal political factional battles within the ruling party, as well as against political opposition parties in civil societies in general.
Dlamini, just a minute, a second.
Chair,
What point I raise?
I raise a point of order. I just wonder, this member who's doing the declaration wasn't even part of the committee.
Yes.
While doing the declaration on behalf of the EFF, I'm not certain whether does the DA enter into those politics.
Yeah, honorable members, there's nothing that says a member can't make a statement if that member does not belong to a particular committee. Yeah, so I understand the issue that's being raised broadly, but Dlamini will have to proceed. Honorable Dlamini, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start from the beginning, Chairperson. Chairperson, there are three key substantial amendments which the bill processes: securing the autonomy of the Office of the Inspector General Intelligence, thus strengthening oversight of intelligence services, separation of foreign domestic branch of the intelligence services, and the legalization of bulk interception. The EFF is alive to the abuse that characterized our intelligence services in favor of fighting internal political factional battles within the ruling party, as well as against political opposition parties in civil societies in general. However, at the center of abuse over the years has been weak oversight capabilities of both the IGI and the JCI of Parliament. We must therefore welcome new proposed laws regarding the appropriation budget of the AGI not being subjected to the SCA. We must welcome the amendments that empower the Office of the IGI to determine the organogram responsible for appointment of personnel working in and no longer the minister. What is missing, however, is the binding effect of findings of the IGI. Ministers and head of intelligence services are still not bound to comply with the findings of the IGI. This means the IGI will continue to lack the necessary teeth to bite. The IGI is the key to health, growth, and sustainability of our democracy and should be elevated to a Chapter 9 institution, and any democracy that does not see the significance of intelligence is doomed to failure, infiltration, and absolute dysfunctionality. The EFF welcomes the bill.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Bibi.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Seppin. The security of our country will, among other things, depend on an effective and efficient intelligence services that has the capacity to forewarn the country of possible threats to its security and stability, and thus ensuring the safety of the citizens of the country and property. In its report to the President, the high-level review panel on the state security made some interesting observations. The report said, we identified a doctrinal shift towards a narrow state security orientation in the intelligence community. The report further said, we are concerned that the cumulative effect of the above led to the deliberate reproposing of the SSA. In the light of the observations made by the review panel, the report made recommendations that include the need for the architectural review of the State Security Agency in a way to separate the domestic branch and the foreign branch. Chairperson, for its part, the report of the expert panel into the July 2021 civil unrest made observations that include the failure to coordinate the response of the security cluster to the unrest that led to loss of lives and damage to the properties. Panel made a recommendations that the multiplicity of intelligence coordination structures must be rationalized. The proposal made in the high review panel need to be evaluated against the experience of these riots. Chairperson, given these critical observations and recommendations, the government led by the African National Congress saw it fit that there is a need to amend the Intelligence Act to make provisions for the establishment of South African Intelligence Service, South African Intelligence Agency, the Center of the South African National Academy of Intelligence, as well as to provide for the functions of the intelligence services structures, among other things. We stand on behalf of the African National Congress, and we are the firm belief that through the General Intelligence Amendment Bill, our intelligence community will be strengthened to better forewarn the country of any possible threat that may affect the security and stability of our country. We are encouraged that the bill will, to a great extent, address some of the challenges identified in the two-panel report that we spoke of. We appreciate the work of the ad hoc committee and emphasize that the committee adopted the bill unanimously and that reflect our collective resolve to strengthen the intelligence communities. The African National Congress support the bill, Chairperson. I thank you.
No, thank you very much. We will now allow 15 seconds window for delegates who are outside the chamber to join us in the house. The 15 seconds starts now. I'm sure we are done. 15 seconds have passed. We now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. So we'll start those who are voting in favor. Please raise your hand and keep it up there. The counting is continuing.
Chair, my gadget is problematic. Can you note my...
We will induct you, Mkause.
I don't need induction
you
from
on
the
Zoom.
failures
You
of
just go to the
ANC
reaction and then you raise the hand, raise function,
Where
and then you
you
vote.
are a failure. You are a failure on whatever. On
Please proceed. Order, honorable members. Yeah. Done? Yeah, thank you very much. Counting is done. You can put those hands down. We will now proceed to those delegates who want to vote against. Please raise your hand. No, none in the house at least. None. Thank you very much. We'll move on to those delegates who are abstaining. None. Thank you very much. Voting is closed. And here are the results. In favor, 43. Against, 2. Abstain, 0. The bill is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Honorable members, we are now at the last item on the order paper. These are the farewell speeches. We'll start with Honorable S.J. Mohai, Chief Whip of the NCOP.
Malibongwe. Igama la ANC. Igama la ANC. We are coming back. Coming back again.
Corruption.
Malibongwe,
Hear what you are going to say.
Malibongwe, Chief Whip.
It has been a great patriotic trip.
Igama la Masela, Malichitwe.
Khona bangabuyi. These people
Please
be EFF are not coming back.
Proceed.
You EFF people are going home. You EFFers.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, let's
of
get
the National
corruption.
Council of Provinces, Honorable Amos Masondo, the Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, President of Salga, Honorable Becky Stofile, the House Chairperson, Committee and Oversight, Honorable Joe Monyambe, House Chairperson, Member Support and International Relations, Honorable Winnie Ngwenya, the Chairpersons of Select Committees, Co-Chairpersons of Joint Parliamentary Committees, Provincial Whips and Party Whips, Party Representatives, Permanent Delegates, Distinguished Special Delegates, Representatives of Organized Local Government, the South African Local Government Association, Senior Management and Staff of Parliament, representatives of the media houses present here, ladies and gentlemen, today marks an important journey in our 6th Parliament as we converge for the last sitting of this August House in this 6th administration of our democracy. History demands that we use this occasion to document our collective footprints and efforts to advance the interests of our provinces, united in our diversity in pushing back the frontiers of poverty, unequal political and socio-economic power relations of the apartheid colonial legacy. We are the only party with more than 100 years of tried and tested experience to lead with ideas on how to advance democratic renewal and consolidation. Honorable Chairperson, documenting our footprints should proceed from the People's Contract as articulated in the preamble of the Constitution, which proclaim, among others, and I quote, "We therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this Constitution as supreme law of the Republic so as to heal divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights, lay the foundation for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law, improve the quality of life of all the citizens, and free the potential of each citizen, and build a united and democratic South Africa, able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations." Close quote. Chairperson, I'm sure honorable members will agree that at the core of this fundamental constitutional injunction, which constitutes people's contract in the recognition of the multiple identities and competing interests defined by race, gender, class, and deeply unequal geospatial concentration of economy in which these have been constructed over more than 3 centuries of colonialism and apartheid. Chairperson, it is therefore logically follows that the story of this House in the 6th Democratic Parliament should proceed from appreciation of its unique constitutional mandate and its place in the political and socio-economic transformation. Contrary to the National Assembly that represents the people to ensure government of the people by the people, the National Council of Provinces is the institutional mechanism that serves to integrate the system of provincial and local government in the national policy making. The Constitution enjoins the NCOP to do this by mainly participating in the national legislative process and providing a national forum of public consideration of issues affecting provinces. Critical in this role is the approval and monitoring of the national government intervention in the provincial administrations in terms of Section 100 of the Constitution, approval and monitoring of provincial intervention in local government administration in terms of 139 of the Constitution. This is a far more complicated role than that of conventional legislature. As former President Mbeki condensed, the effective and structured interaction of the permanent delegates with their provinces and local government so as to understand the challenges faced by these spheres of government in the implementation of national policy is critical for the successful implementation of the core constitutional mandate of the NCOP. Former President Mbeki further advises that NCOP cannot and should not operate like a conventional legislature in the execution of its oversight mandate, but must be a working house that considers and processes the reports from local and provincial government and table them before the executive for interventions. In his last annual address to the NCOP, Deputy President Paul Mashatile made a passionate appeal to this august house should continue to strengthen its capacity to strengthen local government as the critical sphere of government that is located at the coal face of service delivery, development, and transformation. Chairperson, we need to appreciate that the NCOP function of strengthening the local government is nuanced and cannot be confined to Select Committee on Cooperative Governance alone. This means the monitoring of the requisite support and capacity by national and provincial government to local government to drive local economic development, the building and maintenance of infrastructure, the provision of housing, electricity, water, and sanitation in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution. In documenting our footprints in the 6th Democratic Parliament, we must accordingly proceed from the appreciation of change in continuity in the evolution of the coming of age of this august house. This should appreciate that over our term came at a time when identity of this august house was reaching its maturity and the consolidation of its organizational, institutional, and strategic architecture to claim its rightful place at the cutting edge of integrated cooperative governance. This means the appreciation of men and women who came before us and steered this august house in the turbulent storms of transformation since it was established in 1997. We inherited from these men and women solid organizational and institutional identity that include the development of oversight model, the enactment of Mandating Procedure Act, the high-level strategic flagship programs. Chairperson, among these flagship programs that seek to position NCOP at the cutting edge of integrated cooperative governance are NCOP Taking Parliament to the People, NCOP Provincial Week, NCOP Local Government Week. We are proud to report that in the 6th Parliament, we have never lowered the bar in pursuit of these strategic tasks during this term. These and other oversight interventions have raised the profile of this august house to the new heights. Chairperson, as Amica Cabral teaches, and I quote, "Tell no lies, claim no easy victories, hide nothing from the masses of the people, expose lies whenever they are told, mask no difficulties, mistakes, and failures." Proceeding from this, we must concede that in the process of our journey, there were serious setbacks and failures, some of our own making, while some were beyond our control. Key among the subjective setbacks are two interrelated issues. Firstly, flag the adverse Constitutional Court judgments on the failure of the House to facilitate public participation. This issue must be flagged for the further strategic reconsideration of the House in the 7th Democratic Parliament. Its reputational damage to the NCOP cannot be overemphasized. Chair, the second critical question relates to the persistent decline of the capacity of local government to fulfill its developmental functions, and associated phenomenal increase in the number of provincial government interventions in local administration. Whilst the NCOP cannot be blamed for this, it is, however, raises critical questions about its capacity to monitor the national and provincial government support to local government within the overall context of its strategic mandate to deepen the integrated cooperative governance system. It is my humble submission that it was not by accident among resolutions of the 54th ANC National Conference that called for the NCOP to critically review its role and reposition it at the cutting edge of intergovernmental relations. As we may recall, South African Local Government Association have repeatedly raised fundamental questions and concerns about the efficacy and effectiveness of provincial government interventions in local government administration. Critical among their concerns is that these interventions do not assist in restoring the municipalities to good governance and financial state. As Salga argues, most municipalities emerge from this intervention in a worse state than they were before interventions. This is a critical question that requires serious consideration by NCOP, and this should include NCOP to look into the reconfiguration of its relation with the South African Local Government Association in strengthening of local government. Two key events with debilitating impact of the effective functioning of the NCOP and Parliament at large occurred during this term. The first being outbreak of COVID-19, and the second was the burning of Parliament building. We salute the innovative and speedy response of our management to minimize the impact of these events by, among others, reallocation of office space to members whose offices were burned down and migration towards virtual meetings to ensure business continuity of Parliament. 5 critical footprints in the ongoing organizational consolidation, positioning, and repositioning of NCOP in the 6th Democratic Parliament are worth noting. First, the House successfully reviewed rules in line with the changing internal and external organizational environment. Critical amongst amendments of the rules was clarification of roles of various office bearers and institutionalization of virtual meetings. Secondly, this House adopted system of ministerial briefing sessions where ministers briefed the whole House on cross-cutting issues of service delivery and transformation. Among the benefits of these ministerial sessions are the empowerment of members about executive intervention in addressing critical service delivery issues, and also provide members with opportunity to inform and shape policy intervention by the executive. Our records demonstrate that there are more special delegates who participate meaningfully and actively in the ministerial briefing as compared to participation in plenaries. How the discussion are structured in the ministerial briefing also encourage well thought out prepared inputs by special delegates. The period under review also has seen significant increase in the delegation of key projects of institution to designated office bearers. Key among these was Women's Charter Review process that was championed by the Deputy Chairperson. I waited 2 minutes, Chair, for the noise, and I didn't interject. My time was chewed by members outside here. The review has only expanded the outreach of programs of 6th Parliament to different communities across the length and breadth of our country, but also deepened public awareness. The 6th Democratic Parliament saw heightened involvement of Parliament in the international arena, augmenting the executive role of diplomacy and advocacy of South Africa's international relations policy. It will not be an exaggeration to say our 6th Democratic Parliament rose to the occasion in engaging other parliaments in the multilateral forums. The period under review has also witnessed successful passing of transformative legislation amid some of the shortcomings that we must overcome. This marked the perfection and improvement of our process of facilitation of public involvement in the quality of legislation formation. Chairperson, we must also note the improved efficiency and effectiveness of the organization and coordination of the business of our House across different offices between National Assembly and NCOP, which has been smooth and seamless. This we owe to the leadership offices of the Chairperson and the Deputy Chairperson of the Council, active role of the provincial and party whips, and the discipline of our members. As we may know, that this sitting represents the coming of an end of our togetherness, built on collegiality, friendship, and mutual trust and respect. This indeed represents a moment of deep human emotions across party political lines as we bid farewell to each other after enduring 5 years of working relations. This is particularly so for many, if not most of us, are overwhelmed by irreversible sense of anxiety and fatigue occasioned by the unknown future, hard work, our bodies and minds that have endured. In this situation, we only find solace in the indelible mark we have made in serving our people with honor. Chairperson, allow me on behalf of this once more to pay homage to 4 of our members who passed in the 6th Parliament. Firstly, I would like to pay homage to the memory of Honorable Martha Pindile Mula, who passed on in 2020. Honorable Mula was a permanent delegate from Mpumalanga. Prior to her tenure in NCOP, serving the National Assembly, once more we convey our heartfelt condolences to the Honorable Mula and family. We also pay respect to Simo Mfaela, who passed on the same year, 2020, at the end of the year, after serving as a sole permanent representative of IFP, representing the province of KwaZulu-Natal in the council. We equally pay our respect to the memory of Honorable Thembinkosi Apleni, who passed on mid-2023 after serving as a permanent delegate from 1999, who also was a member of the EFF representing the province of Eastern Cape. Honorable Chair, our council tragically lost Honorable Morensia Gillian, who died on early 2023 after serving as a member of the Western Cape provincial delegation representing the ANC. She was also chairperson of the Legislature Select Committee on Health and Social Services. We thank these members for their contribution in the 6th Parliament. Chairperson, allow me to thank my party, the African National Congress, for the honor bestowed upon us to serve in this house. It will indeed be an omission on my part for not extending special gratitude to the provincial whips, party whips, provincial liaison officers for their untiring efforts to make the work of this house successful. Chairperson, I can say with profound humility that whips remain the beating heart of our council. They play a significant role in the effective implementation of the mandate of the NCOP. In conclusion, I would like to extend our collective deepest appreciation to the administration of the NCOP, Advocate Pindela, and the team, management team, for their support, whilst we can also rightfully claim victories and successes as politicians in everything. Truth be told, that it is the management team that also plays behind the scenes. I'm truly grateful for the tireless commitment and utmost professionalism, dedication that was shown by the staff in the office of the Chief Whip. I want to register my appreciation to Mr. Mvolane and the team, and also the ANC team for supporting the members of their party. Honorable Chairperson, I would like to express my profound appreciation to your leadership in the last 5 years. It is not only in the position you held that many of us will always remember you, but for your unassuming personality, human kindness, listening attitude, and intellectual and emotional maturity that defines your leadership. Thank you, Bra Ambi. You may not know how many hearts you have touched and transformed. To our mother Deputy Chair, yes, you can. He belongs to the particular class of leadership. To our mother, sister, and leader, Honorable Lucas, your vibrancy, steadfastness of principle, sense of humor, and motherly love will forever be missed by many. This goes to Mama Ngwenya. Mama, you are here now. And Honorable Nyambe, our 2 house chairpersons, this being a balanced combination of intergenerational experience and thought leadership. They have been very consistent in participating and making necessary interventions in the whippery. Lastly, allow me, Honorable House Chair, to convey our deepest appreciation to the 7th Speaker of the National Assembly who resigned, Menosivuyo Ngakula, for her leadership in driving Parliament multinational agenda in the 6th Parliament. and also appreciate the role that was played by our chairperson in that regard. I would also like to express my appreciation to the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. I'll also express my profound appreciation to the Chief Whip, Majodina, and Deputy Chief Whip, Medla Gute, for their decisive leadership in the ANC caucus in the 6th Parliament. Honorable Chairperson, I would like to express our profound appreciation for the indelible contribution that was made by Honorable Alec Nchabeleng, a former Robben Islander, Ambassador, Dango, an internationalist of note, who continue tirelessly to campaign for the rights of the weak wherever they are throughout the globe. And also Eunice Karim, a member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of South Africa. In the last 30 years of our democracy, I mentioned these three because I know that they have indicated that they may not be coming back, but they want to pursue other struggles in many other fronts in our society in South Africa. I'm sure that Parliament and ANC will continue to benefit from your leadership capabilities. We really value your contributions. Thank you to each one of you, honorable members in this house. You are truly an embodiment of optimism and hard work. I wish everyone a successful election campaign, and for those not returning, good luck in your future endeavors. To the Secretary of Parliament, Olile George, we thank you for your leadership and the entire parliamentary service for supporting our work. We hope that Parliament of the Republic of South Africa will change for the better after the unfortunate incident of its burning. Amandla ngawethu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. I
Thank
think
you,
you can
Chief
close
Whip.
now. You have spoken for all of us. I think you have closed now, Chief Whip. You have spoken for the rest of us. Then, I propose that you close the session. Chief Whip has spoken. Chief Whip has spoken.
Order, honorable members. The next speaker is Honorable Lapskagan, DA.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and fellow South Africans, as we come to the end of the 6th Parliament, I would like to express my thanks and gratitude to all the personnel that supported us to fulfill our tasks and responsibilities as public representatives. The committee sections, the chamber staff, the translators and interpreters, or Hansard people as we know them, the office of the Chief Whip, the presiding officers, as well as all other supporting sections. Thank you all for your support and willingness to uphold the NCOP as an institution of Parliament. I would also like to convey our appreciation to the Parliamentary Monitoring Group for their dedication and contribution to Parliament. To the DA support staff, a special thanks for your dedication, compassion, and going the extra mile. To my DA colleagues, permanent members, as well as special delegates, it was an honor and a privilege to serve with you, a chapter of my life never to forget. To our families and loved ones, without your understanding, support and sacrifices, we could not be. Thank you. Honourable Chair, looking back on the 6th Parliament, we have to acknowledge the influence of the COVID pandemic as the National Assembly's fire on our functioning. We've adjusted with virtual ministerial briefings that served as an oversight mechanism and later plenaries and committee meetings. New NCOP rules as well as joint rules have been adopted and the National Assembly is in the process of being rebuilt. Furthermore, there were highlights such as the 18th Amendment of the Constitution adopting sign language as the 12th official language of South Africa, as well as the passing of the first climate change bill in the beginning of this year. There were a number of committee study tours taking Parliament to the people, provincial weeks and local government weeks, business as usual. However, Chair, the 6th Parliament also received the Zondo Commission's report and recommendations on state capture. I need to highlight the one crucial aspect mentioned in this report also reflecting on the NCOP, the failure of Parliament to discharge its constitutional responsibilities and obligations, specifically with reference to oversight and accountability, the result of business as usual. The most important criteria to test the optimal functioning of the NCOP is firstly the NCOP's constitutional mandate. According to Section 42(4), it is to represent the provinces to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. If it does it mainly by participating in the national and legislative process and by providing a national forum for public consideration of issues affecting the provinces. To understand the first level of failure on Section 42(4), we have to look at the implementation of the mandating procedures of Provinces Act 52 of 2008 in the Section 76 bills. The negotiating phase requires provinces to submit the negotiating mandate to the permanent vote-carrying member in the select committee based on public participation and deliberations of their standing committees. The current process followed in most select committees does not comply to the spirit of negotiating mandates, as a province does not receive the negotiating mandates of the other 8 provinces before submission of their negotiating mandate, resulting in no amendments during the process, as 5 provinces have to agree for an amendment to carry. Even when the department and legal advisors agree that proposed amendments will be a positive change, a permanent delegate cannot vote on a mandate if not provided for, or cannot vote on a clause if not provided for in the negotiating mandate. The second level of failure has been demonstrated by the pressurized processes with the bills like the Bella Bill, the Procurement Bill. This morning we see the Electricity Bill, the Plant Bill, where provinces were in some instances denied extension of timelines to enable public consideration of issues, resulting in no mandate submitted to the NCOP. The third level of failure has been demonstrated by bills such as the NHI and expropriation, as well as the Bella Bill, where the input of civil organizations and experts on the constitutional mustering of these bills were ignored in the consideration of issues affecting the people, to such an extent that the NCOP serves as a rubber stamp of the National Assembly, and the Constitutional Court will have to fulfill the role of the NCOP. The second criteria to test the function of the NCOP is the committee system, the energy room of Parliament. The lack of the select committee system to fulfill the oversight role to serve as a check and balance in the process of policy development and legislation intertwined with political electioneering, where the executive are protected by the comrades, furthermore contributed to the failure of our committee to uphold the NCOP's constitutional mandate. The responsibility of oversight on Section 100 and 139 interventions rests with the NCOP. The current status of South African municipalities, according to the Auditor General's report, should demand the NCOP's full attention, not only due to interventions, but also our role in cooperative governments as mandated in Chapter 3 of the Constitution. The Sixth Parliament has also been characterized by the late introduction of bills and the impact thereof on especially 76 bills. If the NCOP functions optimally, it will be able to provide real legislative change that impacts service delivery positively. It is clear that there is still plenty of work to be done within the NCOP to achieve its full potential. The DA will keep on striving towards an NCOP that delivers on its mandate. Therefore, we propose the following changes for the 7th NCOP. An urgent review of the process of negotiating mandates in committees. The Select Committee on COCTA should be a single cluster, such as the current finance and appropriations, to focus on interventions and all the aspects of cooperative governance within the COCTA mandate. A committee or joint committee should be responsible for oversight over the presidency. Members of the opposition should be appointed as chairs of some select committees to maximize checks and balances. Focus on monitoring the implementation of legislation or post-legislative scrutiny instead of committees being a blueprint of the portfolio committees. Monitoring on the implementation of legislation should be the heart of oversight in the NCOP. To minimize time constraints in Section 76 bills, implement Section 73(3) of the Constitution by introducing Section 76 bills in the NCOP. Honourable Chair, the Democratic Alliance has been proud to serve in the NCOP, working to advance the principles of freedom, justice and equality. We have engaged in rigorous debates, asked tough questions and pushed for accountability. We have stood for the rights of all South Africans, regardless of race, gender or creed. We strived to leave behind a legacy of integrity, hard work and commitment to the democratic ideals that have made our country great. In the 7th Parliament, we will continue to champion the causes that matter the most: jobs, load shedding, water shedding, violent crime, corruption, poverty, education, quality healthcare, all that underpinned by economic growth. We will keep pushing for a government that truly serves people, not just the privileged few. I thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Member. Honourable Mkause, EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair Mangwenya. Chairperson, the history books of the 6th Parliament are engraved with the footprints of an organization that has planted the seed of economic freedom in South Africa. The economic freedom fighters have in this council stood firm as the lone voice for Black people, opposing corruption, maladministration, and waging a struggle to hold executive accountable. We have stood firm in the face of corruption, House Chair, and spoke out against a president who, in his spare time, kidnaps people across borders, conceal a crime which occurred at his home, and manipulating state resources in order to hide his criminal activity. We have spoken out against the looting and privatization of state resources and highlighted the recurrent failures of the current ANC government towards an African child in sectors such as education, where the country remains one of the lowest performing education system in the world. Chairperson, it is abundantly clear that the ANC has failed dismally. Since 1994, now 30 years into democracy, to provide free quality education and decolonize education for a Black child, they have failed dismally. And not only it is under educating our children, Chair, but it is killing them in pit toilets, which still exist in our school across South Africa. We know this to be true, as just 3 weeks ago, we once experienced an unnecessary tragic loss when a 3-year-old Unedom Boteni drowned into a pit toilet at his crash in Mdantsane, East London, in the Eastern Cape province, which today claims to be taking good care of its citizens. House Chairperson, this Parliament, this Council has failed to build an effective People's Parliament which is responsible to the needs of our people. Under the watchful eye of this Parliament, Black people spend yet another term stuck in poverty, unemployment, and high levels of crime, with gender-based violence remaining a pervasive challenge as the rate at which women and children are being abused in this country, violated and killed. This remains unacceptable. And all this happens under the democratic dispensation of the African National Congress government. Our people are landless and are excluded from participating in the South African economy. They continue to live on the outskirts of towns, suffering from lack of services and experience poverty as a quality life is served only for white people. In provinces such as the Western Cape, farm workers are underpaid and are paid with alcohol in some other parts of the Northern Cape province. Our people are trapped in a vicious cycle of underdeveloped, underperformance, and unpredictable future due to incompetent, directionless, and visionless government of the ANC. House Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters has, in this term of office, felt profoundly the pain of the entrenched inequalities which our people continue to face in terms of lack of access of free quality health care, free decolonized education, housing, unemployment, and economic opportunities. In the lower house, we tabled a private member's bill, the National Health Amendment Act bill, that would see the opening of clinics in South Africa for 24 hours, 7 days a week. However, this bill was rejected by the very same ANC government and the Democratic Alliance combined, who have no interest in ensuring that our people who are destitute and live in remote areas access healthcare services for 24 hours and 7 days a week. A person do not only get sick 5 days a week and during the day, but that is actually something that happens throughout. The EFF has in this council demonstrated through various interventions that it is not only a political party that speaks for our people, but it is a movement that cares for people in general. And we have been devastated by the institutional racism that continues to limit our potential as the people of this country. However, Chair, we remain steadfast on our journey for economic emancipation of our people through land expropriation, for we maintain that there is no dignity without the ownership and the means of production. And we shall deliver to the people of South Africa come the 29th of May. The issue of landlessness remains one of the most catastrophic failures of the current administration. The EFF has consistently maintained that we will, in this House, introduce legislation which will make the state the sole custodian of the land. And we shall do so with our majority after the 29th of May. As there is dignity in land ownership, and there is economic emancipation through land ownership.
As you conclude.
When the Economic Freedom Fighters returns in the 7th Parliament, we will continue to give in-depth consideration of land redistribution. Finally, as I conclude, I would like to take this opportunity and extend our appreciation to commissars, fighters of the Economic Freedom Fighters who hails from 9 respective provinces of South Africa, for being a part of the fight for economic freedom fighters. You have contributed to the existence of the only hope of the destitute masses of South Africa. Let our people vote on the 29th and vote in the government of the Economic Freedom Fighters, led by Commander-in-Chief and President Julius Malema. The land shall be returned to its rightful owners. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order, Honorable Member. The next speaker is House Chairperson, Committee and Oversight, Honorable A.J. Nyambi. Baba.
Thank you, the House Chairperson Tate Masondo, Deputy Chair Mama Lucas, Chief Whip Tate Mohai, President of SALGA, and Tate Stofil. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be afforded an opportunity to deliver a farewell message. This is something which we do on behalf of other colleagues who unfortunately cannot have such an opportunity because of time.
Sometimes you get the temptation to clarify some of these issues because we create an impression that all is doom and gloom. To those that are still very negative and not honest and objective, I will send them the 30-year review of South Africa's democracy for the past 30 years. The historical milestone will indicate what we have achieved. Some of us were from villages where we were born when there was no electricity, and now there is electricity. And if you come here and present as if all is bad, you have to give credit where it's due. And of course, there are some challenges, and we acknowledge them. So facts will always be facts. Honorable House Chair, we've been together for 5 years as a family, which derives from different political parties. Well, our journey has often been characterized by robust and passionate debates, as we try to do even today. But we have never been confused about the mandate of the NCOP under the guidance of Ntate Masondo. I have had the unenviable task of maintaining order in the House as we are trying to do, House Chair, even today. I must say, some days are better forgotten. What I do know, though, is that there has not been any malice on the part of every member of the Council. All of us sought to have our voices heard as we represented the aspiration of the different communities and constituencies in our respective provinces that we represent in the NCOP. There's been some legendary duels and contestation that characterize our engagements in some of our sittings. You could even think colleagues have personal vendettas. However, it was always heartwarming to see members embracing each other every grueling shutdown. Chairperson, House Chairperson, I've always cherished the opportunity to be part of the NCOP, where everyone is familiar with each other. The National Assembly, as we all know, is not so lucky in this regard. Their numbers are so huge to a point where even towards the end of the term, some members still do not completely know each other. We know each other well. Not only do we know each other's name, and sometimes middle names and pet names, we've also come to appreciate our strengths and weaknesses as honorable members of the NCOP. We know what each one of us can do or cannot do. We are a close-knit community who only wish was the opportunity to represent our various provinces as we have always done. Today marks the last official sitting of the NCOP, and we look back on the road that we traveled together for the past 5 years. I dare say we've done very well as a House of Parliament. This was made possible by several variable factors and components. Firstly, let me take this opportunity to thank the leadership of the NCOP, the stewardship as correctly captured by Ntate Mohai of Ntate Masondo. Without your resolute stance, Honorable Masondo, the House could easily have degenerated into anarchy. You steered the ship as best you can, and today we can look back and say that it has been a productive day in office, Ntate Masondo. Let me also thank all the whips under the leadership of our Chief Whip, Ntate Mohai, who made sure that the council was run in a very orderly manner. Just like in our sittings, tempers also flared during whips meetings, but members were matured enough to ensure that the job gets done because of the leadership of Ntate Mohai. May I also thank my constituency in the form of all committee chairpersons who all over the years did a sterling work. Between them, they account for many of the bills, even those that we're passing today. Since they've been passed into law, they work tirelessly to ensure that our mandate of lawmaking becomes a true reality. All of this, I need to hasten, has been achieved under difficult circumstances and has since become a click. But indeed, the COVID-19, as correctly indicated by Ntate Mohai, we are here today and we can solemnly say, asiphelelanga, we have lost friends, relatives, members of this house. This was a pandemic of destructive proportion, never seen in our living history. Our support staff was generally supported and they continue delivering service like the one we had received before the pandemic. It is for that reason that I wish to thank all heads of different units in Parliament. I also thank Advocate Pindela for having led the support staff in the manner he has done. Similarly, I thank the table staff who were always on hand to offer procedural advice when this was needed. We have seen them today when a province has not given a mandate, they were on point to assist, as has always been the case. The Secretary of Parliament, Mr. George, came in and stabilized an office that had previously been besetted by several administrative problems. I thank you, sir, for having steadied the ship till this far. Honorable members, allow me to quote Maya Angelou, civil rights activist, open quote. I have learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel, close quote. As I go to what's concluding, allow me to do that these 30 years, the declaration of the year of 2024 as the year of unity in action has very historical significance, similar to call made by the longest serving president of our glorious movement, O.R. Tambo, in two successive years, in 1982 and 1983, which call upon members of the ANC and leaders to march in unity for the consolidation of the national democratic revolution. This time we are called upon to record a decisive victory of the ANC on the 9th of May elections, reinforcing the assertion that winning elections indeed constitute a qualitative element in the achievement of the national democratic revolution, as it is the year of the election. Lastly, I wish to thank the staff in my office. It was not always easy, but we got the job done. Under the leadership of Ms. Bandisiwe, Ms. Mabaso, and Funiswa. I envy those who will come after me to work with you, as they will inherit a well-oiled machine, capable of running an office of that magnitude. To the people at home, sihlala sithi sine lesibuya emakhaya, titabethi yawhlola tinja, uma tingakhongotha igandaganda lemile, tikhongotha lehambako. Make sure that come 29 of May, the party that has made it possible for South Africa to be a better place today than it was some years back, vote ANC.
Thank you, Baba. Honorable Titoit.
Malibongwe babas. Long live the house.
Dankie, achtbare voorsitter. Chair, we acknowledge and appreciate the support staff, chamber personnel, parliamentary support services, the legal advisors, the researchers, and also our party political support staff. Without you, we couldn't have done the work that we did. Chair, this is the end of a term, but after the 29th of May, it will be a new dispensation, a new South Africa that will come into effect. En ons moet besef, voorsitter, wat ons elkeen se verantwoordelikheid is in hierdie tyd wat voorlê. Voorsitter, dit was vir my 'n voorreg om die afgelope 5 jaar aan robuuste debatte te kon deelneem. Dit was vir my 'n voorreg gewees om in baie van die debatte een van die mees gehaatste mense te wees, want mense kon staan vir dit wat reg en regverdig is. Ons kon regstyf maak, voorsitter, om die regte ding gedoen te kry vir waardes en regverdigheid. Voorsitter, dit was 'n voorreg om uitgejou te word vir die regte redes, sonder om skaam te wees, sonder om terug te staan, om te glo in dit waarin jy glo. Ek wil graag my kollega agbare De Bruin, voorsitter, bedank vir die ondersteuning, die rol wat hy gespeel het, ook vir die feit dat hy self die leiersels gevat het, self deelgeneem het aan debatte en self deelgeneem het om 'n beter Suid-Afrika vir ons hier te stel. Dit is 'n voorreg om saam met jou in die voorste linie te kon veg. I thank God for the opportunity that He gave me to have walked through these parliamentary doors 5 years back in 2019, knowing that I was granted an opportunity to do the work for His glory. I'm human. I've got a lot of failures. But I had an opportunity to fight the good fight, knowing that I'm only a proverbial tool in the toolbox, and to God be all the glory. Voorsitter, verkiesingskoers is in die lig. Politieke partye gaan op 20 Mei die toets skryf en die kiesers gaan die wees wat die vraestel gaan merk. Ek is verheug, voorsitter, ongeag wat die uitslag van hierdie verkiesing gaan wees, dat Suid-Afrika se oë oopgegaan het. Volksgenote, soveel van julle het besef dat daar nie 'n tweede kans gaan wees nie. As ons nie op 29 Mei deelneem aan hierdie verkiesing nie, sal ons nie weer 'n geleentheid kry om Suid-Afrika in 'n beter rigting, in die regte rigting in te kan stuur nie. You won't get another chance. 29 May is the last chance. Ons het nie die voorreg, voorsitter, om oor 5 jaar weer by 'n stembus te gaan staan en dan terug te kyk om te sê, miskien moes ek iets gedoen het nie. Dis nou ons plig. Die skrif is aan die muur. Verkrachtings, veragting, vernedering, verval. Dis nou die tyd om 'n verskil teweeg te bring en dit stop te sit. Voorsitter, dis nou ons geleentheid om finaal ons naam in die geskiedenisboek te skryf, om deel te neem aan hierdie verkiesing, om self die verskil teweeg te bring. Dis nou jou kans om self die spreekwoordelike wapen op te neem en saam met my te gaan om te gaan veg. Jy het die reg om hier te wees. Ons het die reg om hier te wees. Ons het die reg om hier te leef, hier lief te hê, hier te floreer. Dit is ons Suid-Afrika, sonder askies, sonder skaamte. Dit is nou ons reg, ons voorreg en ons verantwoordelikheid. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you, meneer. And the next speaker is Honorable Khatebe Pungane.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable House Chairperson. On behalf of the Honorable Belenkosini Hlabisa, the President of the IFP and the IFP leader in Parliament, I want to thank the Honorable Chairperson and the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP and all the presiding officers as well as the admin team for the assistance that they have given to the IFP throughout the 6th Parliament. As we conclude the 6th Parliament, one cannot help but experience a mixture of disappointment and hopefulness. As we reflect on the past 5 years, we see the continuance of things that happened in the 5th Parliament, with the current ruling party entangled in allegations of corruption and political abuse of government resources, all at the expense of the very people it was supposed to serve. However, we remain hopeful that our country is on the cusp of a new beginning, as 29 May 2024 will usher in the much-needed change in governance that South Africa so desperately needs. In the course of the 6th Parliament, we lost our IFP founder and President Emeritus, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, to the cold and final hand of death. May his soul rest in eternal peace. However, we persevered as we never once waned in our purpose to serve the people of South Africa in every possible capacity. We have boldly spoken truth to those in power, constantly advocating for them to uphold the values of our constitutional democracy. as we will continue furthering the vision and values that Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi has instilled in our party. The IFP has continued to remain the voice of reason in this chamber. We have contributed wisdom to every debate, and we have done this for the sake of a country we love and a nation that mandates us to serve. On behalf of the IFP, I want to wish you all well in the last few days leading up to the elections. The IFP call upon all South Africans to partner with us in making this country work, to partner with us in rooting out corruption. We implore all South Africans to vote IFP. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Pungani. Honorable members, I would now like to invite our Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Lucas Momang.
Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, House Chairpersons Nyambi and Ngwenya, Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, the President of SALGA, members of the National Council of Provinces, permanent and special delegates. Karl Marx once said, and I quote, "Men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past," close quote. In March 2022, South Africa and the global community at large grappled with one of the greatest threats to human life and the global economy. The novel coronavirus, if not effectively mitigated against or effectively managed, threatened to reverse the gains we had made under South Africa's constitutional democracy. Therefore, in an effort to protect lives, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, declared a national state of disaster as a response to this global health crisis, which posed a grave threat to the lives and the well-being of our people. The outbreaking of this COVID-19 pandemic found a vulnerable South African economy. In fact, at the time the pandemic reached our shores, the South African economy had experienced 2 consecutive quarters of a recession. Consequently, the COVID-19 pandemic deepened the economic crisis. Honorable members, honorable delegates, despite the far-reaching social, political, and economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, Parliament was able to continue to perform its constitutional functions under severely challenging conditions, consistently striving forward to create transformative laws and hold the executive accountable through innovative mechanisms and public platforms. Throughout these difficult times, we made consistent improvements to build the appropriate institutional architecture and machinery required so as to give better expression to the precepts of transformative constitutionalism. During the 6th Parliament, Sector Parliament served as a critical agenda-setting mechanisms, bringing into sharp focus key policy priorities for our nation as informed by national, regional, and international developmental agendas. Despite the difficulties imposed by COVID-19 pandemic, we stayed on course as guided by the transformative priorities before us. To this end, the Sector Parliament program has served as a development catalyst, enabling Parliament to continuously assess progress made towards implementing key priorities. We have convened many important agenda setting and report back sessions, which include the following: the annual Women's Parliament, which is convened as a national agenda setting forum and a feedback mechanism across the 3 spheres of government. Through our collective efforts carried out through the sectoral program, we completed a nationwide 25-year review of the 1994 Women's Charter for Effective Equality, which culminated in the newly adopted 2021 Women's Charter for Accelerated Development, encompassing 15 strategic objectives and a set of broad priority actions. Some of the important legacy highlights of the 6th Parliament in respect to sector parliaments included the following: Subsequently, the Provincial Women's Charter report back sessions were constituted, which now served as provincial, metro, and district level report back sessions, with the targeted reports coming from both the provincial and the local government. That addressed issues of women, including gender-based violence. Everything was not doom and gloom. And I don't want people really to think that we will come here and accept that people will just highlight the bad part and not speak about what has been done that was good. We convened also the Children's Parliament, which is a platform to advance the child rights agenda and is convened in partnership with the Department of Social Development and other strategic partners. The Men's Parliament was also convened by NLE and was convened in partnership with the South African National AIDS Council Men's Sector and various other strategic partners to address the scourge of gender-based violence. And the Men's Parliament have served as an important mechanism to respond more effectively to this scourge, gender-based violence and femicide. This was a critical mechanism bolstering existing interventions to address issues of GBV. The 7th Parliament therefore have to continue to convene biannual Men's Parliaments as a strategic mechanism to address issues relating to gender-based violence and also to include men in the fight against gender-based violence. This provincial Men's Parliaments also intended to create provincial platforms for engagement of men, the same with district and traditional Men's Parliaments. We also had a Youth Parliament with a focus on youth development, given the scourge of youth unemployment and poverty in the country. We need to ensure that we convene these Youth Parliament sessions to speak about issues of young people's development and to bring more young people into the mainstream economy. Honorable Chairperson, we have also introduced the 3-sphere planning sessions in order to address three-sphere planning disjunctures and coordination challenges across the 3 spheres to ensure better oversight outcomes. These sessions seek to sharpen the NCOP's role in terms of 3-sphere planning, tracking while evaluating the implementation of executive undertakings across the 3 spheres of government. We must therefore ensure that during the 7th Parliament, this planning tool continues to be effectively used for oversight, agenda setting, and to address planning disjunctures, coordination, and oversight for the effective implementation of key transformation priorities. As much as we are improving and advancing the mandate of the NCOP, a lot still needs to be done. We want to recommend to the 7th Parliament to make sure that they address the uncertainty which is sometimes rife about the status of intergovernmental relations, decisions and recommendations, as well as who is responsible for follow-up of recommendations. We will also need to address the lack of horizontal integration between activities of various government departments. I also want to emphasize that the 3 spheres planning sessions have been convened in order to give expression to one of the functions of the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP as duly reflected in the adopted rules of the NCOP. This is to actualize the NCOP's 3-sphere coordination role as well as the processing of executive undertakings. We must ensure that this planning mechanism continues to be properly resourced as an annual planning tool, which will also enable an impact assessment as we track the implementation of key priorities. In order to deepen public discourse and to find solutions to very complex problems in South Africa, we have also convened various other important summits, which also include the State Capability Summit, which were intended to oversight and improve the capacity of the state. We convened the state capacity sessions in order to give the NCOP a better understanding of prevailing state capacity weaknesses, particularly at provincial and local government, for the acceleration of policy implementation. Additionally, we sought to release a developmental state concept from ideological loading while developing practical mechanisms towards achieving the goals enshrined in the concept of a developmental state. We have also convened the Inclusive Economic Growth Oversight Summits, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan Oversight Summits. We also convened the Legislative Review and Law Reform Summits, focusing and engaging various stakeholders on the amendment of key policies and legislation to effectively advance South Africa's transformation agenda. We therefore ensure that we continue to schedule legislative review and laws reform summits in the 7th Parliament in order to periodically assess the efficacy of the laws we are passing. We also convened a high-level commemorative day lectures and ministerial briefings. Since the inception of the 6th Parliament, we have convened over 90 sector parliament sessions, which have enabled the NCOP to deepen its public discourse and public participation, while giving ordinary citizens or South Africans an opportunity to learn more about the work of the NCOP. We have also entered into strategic social compacts Strategic partners including the Finance and Fiscal Commission, the Chapter 9 institutions, the 3 spheres of government, civil society organizations, research bodies and institutes, institutions of higher learning, while strengthening engagement between the 3 arms of state. In conclusion, I also want to just speak a little bit about our parliamentary diplomacy and the multilateral platforms, specifically the Interparliamentary Union. One of the issues we have actively championed on the IPU platform is the cause of the people of Gaza in the Palestine. As the world goes through a difficult period of deepened international turbulence, where global peace is threatened by polarization, it is upon us, as the custodians of democracy and peace, to ensure that we use every possible avenue available to us to foster lasting peace and cohesion amongst all the nations of the world through dialogue, consensus building and negotiation. The people of Palestine have endured a lack of peace and security for the past 76 years, and this is a situation in dire need of redress. It is in this spirit that the South African government, as a state party to the Genocide Convention, has sought legal intervention to prevent further devastation in the Gaza, an area still witnessing one of the deadliest conflicts of the 21st century. These tragic circumstances compel us to continue to support all initiatives that can deliver enduring peace between the Israeli and Palestinian peoples. It is therefore imperative to seize this moment and unequivocally advocate for a two-state solution, a tangible step towards fostering long-lasting and enduring peace in the region. I also wish to report to this August House that the 148 IPU Assembly saw a radical shift towards unity amongst countries of the global South, including Africa, Asia, and the Islamic countries, who threw their weight behind South Africa's emergency item in the situation in the Gaza. The emergency item, which was sponsored by the South African delegation, sought to ensure adherence to the provisions of the ICJ, to enable a ceasefire and to allow access to humanitarian aid for the people of Gaza. Although the item did not reach the threshold in terms of the number of votes required, we missed that threshold by less than 12 votes. However, this is the biggest show of support and unity demonstrated to date. The power of the global South, if strategically coordinated, Honorable Dango. This is also a clear indication of the effective parliamentary diplomacy, which we hope to build on for future successes at other international bodies as well as the IPU. Honorable members, it was and is indeed an honor for me to have served our constitutional democracy in my capacity as the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. I want to thank God Almighty for giving me the courage and the power to be able to have served in that capacity. Allow me also to thank and express my gratitude to the Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Amos Masondo, for the sterling work he did over the past 5 years. Let me also express my gratitude to both House Chairpersons and the Chief Whip and all members of the NCOP for the excellent work in managing this institution with such devotion. Collectively, we have managed to build the profile of the NCOP, and collectively we have managed to hold the maxim that to grow and develop, we must maintain a balance between continuity and the necessity to change. Let me also express my appreciation to the 2 former speakers that I've been working with, the Honorable Thandi Modise and Honorable Mapisa Makula, for their leadership. Each one of us represented his or her province with dignity, purpose, and honor. If I come to the delegates of this House, we made sure that our Parliament continues to be a living embodiment of nation building. Thank you to all the staff in my private office under the leadership of Dr. Sibulelo Mvulane for understanding my vision within the context and for making a notable contribution. To Advocate Pindela and his team for the sterling work done as administrative head of the NCOP. To our service officers, I want to express my gratitude. You've always been there, even if it was just for a glass of water. I also want to thank Mr. Traso in his capacity as the Acting Deputy Secretary for Core Business for ensuring that the resources required for the sectoral Parliament's program are available for the sustained implementation of the program. Lastly, I also want to thank the Parliament staff in totality led by the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Kolile George. I would also want to thank my party, the African National Congress, my political home. I have been afforded an opportunity to participate towards giving expressions to the glorious ideals of this great movement. I am grateful for the opportunity to serve and will continue to strive forward to create a better life for all, following in the countless footsteps of those who came before us. To my beloved and my family extended as a whole, I also want to express my appreciation. And to all South Africans, I wish to say, come forward out in your numbers. Come and vote. Vote ANC. Ki a leboga. Thank you. Baie dankie. Thanks.
Malibongwe.
We will never be distracted. We are en route.
Honorable member.
Amanda.
Malibongwe. Chairperson. Malibongwe.
African National Congress.
Thanks, honorable members. Order. The next speaker is Councillor B. Stofile Salga presentation.
Malibongwe Babas.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's on. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson of the House, Chairperson of the NCOP, and the former SALGA President, and the Mayor that turned City of Johannesburg to be a better city over the years of the period that he has been a mayor, Bra Embi. And thank you very much to the Deputy Chair and the former Premier of the Northern Cape, and who happened to give interest of vibrating and working within the masses of communities in changing their life, Madam Lucas. And thank you very much to the House Chair, Mamungwenya, Mama. And thank you very much to Babu Unyambi and the Chief Whip of the NCOP and the person that who likes to go and get and see things happening coming from a dusty province of the Free State. It is indeed a distinct honor to contribute to this farewell sitting of the National Council of Provinces as we march towards the end of the sixth administration, drawing valuable lessons from the previous term of office. At the start of the term in 2019, the SALGA NEC resolved to increase its visibility by designating 10 specific representatives to participate on a part-time basis in the NCOP. Whilst it is very good to celebrate, we created a problem of these individuals to balance between their function in the municipal space and their contribution in the NCOP. And we believe yet the current leadership is just like a plumber or a person that, a bricklayer who puts the brick on top of each other with an intention to build a house. And the house that you have trying to build over a period of time, it was a sound intergovernmental relations and cooperations between the three spheres of government. And I must say, at least the sixth administration have managed to at least to put a brick to a level where we realize that local government, as we claim over many years, that is underfunded. At least the executive authority of the country accepted that local government indeed has been underfunded and therefore need to be engaged and try to relook on the funding model of local government. Chairperson, local government has undergone rapid transition and transformation during the period under review, has had a profound impact on the lives of ordinary South Africans in expanding the provisions of services to our people. While it is true that several serious and complex challenges persist in local government, it should be highlighted that under the oversight role of the NCOP during the sixth administration, the Statistics South Africa confirms that local government has delivered quality services and a better life for the majority of our people. It is common knowledge that the NCOP plays a unique role in the promotion of the principle of cooperative governance and the intergovernmental relations. Whilst the NCOP is required to ensure that the three spheres of government work together in performing their unique functions in terms of the Constitution and that they do not encroach in each other's area of competency. It is disappointing that the sixth administration has witnessed several instances where instead of supporting local government as it's constitutionally required, local government is often threatened with interventions or threats to take over its responsibilities. As we are about to usher the seventh administration, it is our sincere hope that the legislative sector will be more concerned about national and provincial governments that are increasingly encroaching on the powers and functions of local government and encouraging working collaboratively within the spheres in the spirit of cooperative governance and providing the necessary ongoing support as identified in Section 154 of the Constitution. Honorable Chair, gathered here today are men and women whose actions during the sixth administration touched the lives of all South Africans. Through you, the NCOP has affected lives through the laws that you passed from time to time. We stand proud that your action have changed things for the better. As detailed by previous speakers, we can and should all look back and count many successes during the sixth administration. But as with the outcomes of many elections, we must be reminded that as elected political office bearers, by the nature of our constitution and the political organizations we serve, we are travelers. We may be dispatched to a particular work area in a particular sphere of government, but none of that is permanent. Moreover, we have no right of entitlement to the position we occupy at any given time. Our political organizations may require at any time that our skills could be needed elsewhere. That time has now arrived as we march towards the 29 May 2024 elections. As SALGA, we therefore wish to indeed extend our sincere appreciation to you, first chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo, one of our own as local government, having successfully led the city of Johannesburg, as I've earlier said earlier on. Secondly, to the Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Honorable Lucas, we thank for the support to organize local government, not only in your capacity as Deputy Chair, but more also in your previous life as a Premier of the Northern Cape. We always missed your always vibration and support to us. Thirdly, the House Chairperson, Honorable Nyambi, and Honorable Ngwenya, and the Chief Whip of the NCOP. Lastly, to all honorable members of this august House, it was indeed a pleasure serving with you. As I conclude, the many of those before me said we have accepted of our own free choice to serve our people through elected institutions of government. This task will always be difficult in a developing country such as ours, and where the commitment of government to build a developmental state is as strong as ours. Moreover, our constitution, which recently reached 28 years since adoption by yourselves in this House and the broader Parliament, as strong and modern as it is, allocated powers and functions without the necessary test of capacity. We have taken this responsibility because we believe ourselves to be more than equal to the task. I agree with many when they say that 30 years into life of democracy, we should stop hiding behind the big shield of capacity constraint. But this does not mean that we have all the answers. Our learning must be as intense now as it was before. the arrival of democracy and since then, as we conclude this sixth administration, I remain confident that democracy will succeed, and we must dedicate to the continuous deepening of its equality and making sure that we render service to our communities. We must continue build cooperative governance that is effective, a government act as a single unit in the best interest of our people, and it's only this House that is capable to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mongameli.
Malibongwe press.
Honorable members, the next speaker is Honorable N.A. Masondo, the chairperson of the NCOP.
Malibongwe Babas.
Yes, greetings, Molweni. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Sylvia Lucas, Honorable House Chairpersons, Honorable Chief Whip, S.J. Mohai, Honorable Chairperson, Chairpersons of Committees and Whips, Honorable Permanent and Special Delegates, the Honorable President and representatives of the South African Local Government Association, Councillor B. Stofvide, ladies and gentlemen. How I wish we had enough time for these farewell speeches and messages. We are reaching the end of the tenure of the National Council of Provinces in the 6th Parliament. This coincides with the celebration of 30 years of democracy. Indeed, a moment of reflection and recalibration. The Constitution mandates the NCOP to represent the provinces to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. The Council is also a forum for the representation of the different categories of municipalities in Parliament. It is thus well placed to oversee cooperation among the different spheres of government. The NCOP plays its role by, amongst other things, passing legislation, scrutinizing executive action, and promoting public involvement. It also contributes to the securing of public trust by strengthening openness, transparency, and accountability. As many of the delegates were sworn in as members of this House on the 23rd of May 2019 would recall, I made a commitment that as this collective would serve all our people, that would do so irrespective of class, color, gender, religion, environmental, or any other form of discrimination. I said that we would seek first and foremost to serve and to do all we could to master and deepen the art of doing. We set out to do that by contributing to the crafting of the policy priorities of the 6th Parliament. At the core of these was strengthening oversight and accountability, and doing so by, among other things, improving effectiveness of public involvement. Since then, we made every effort to contribute to progress and to the strengthening of our democracy. We did so by ensuring that the NCOP carried out its mandate as directed by the Constitution, and by ensuring that where necessary, innovative ways were employed to advance our mandate to improve the quality of life of all citizens. We use several mechanisms, which include plenaries to consider legislation and other matters, including policy debates, reports of committees, and notices of interventions. Questions to the executive to enhance accountability and responsiveness. Programs to facilitate the involvement of the people and organizing groups in the business of the NCOP, and through international participation of parliamentary diplomas. In respect of legislative work, the NCOP passed more than 100 bills. The bills enabled us to contribute to the betterment of society in many ways, including by providing for the annual division of revenue collected nationally amongst the three spheres of government and the appropriations of money from the National Revenue Fund for the requirements of the state. Ensuring better protection for victims of domestic violence, assisting to improve the capacity of governance in municipalities, assisting to strengthen the fight against crime, and seeking to ensure a stable, inclusive, and transformed financial sector. Enabling ESCOM to invest in transmission and distribution infrastructure and enhancing its fiscal sustainability to assist in meeting the country's energy needs. Contributing to the transformation of South Africa's healthcare system to achieve universal coverage for health services through the National Health Insurance Bill, which was publicly signed into law by the President of the Republic yesterday, as we all know, and helping to introduce reforms to further these are just some of the many interventions we have made through carrying out our legislative mandate. In respect of policy debate, the members made detailed recommendations for improvements in policy implementation to strengthen and improve service delivery. The policy debates were mostly focused on matters affecting provinces and local government in the national sphere of government, and saw the participation of all the spheres. With regard to notices of interventions, there was great emphasis on progress reports on approved interventions to check on whether the interventions was yielding positive results. In addition, when the province submits a notice for the termination of an intervention, the select committee on COCTA also had an opportunity to visit the municipality to ensure that the termination was or is indeed warranted. In respect of reports and House resolutions, the NCOP considered more than 150 reports whose content range from oversight visits to matters emanating from legislation, regulations, international agreements, and appointment of candidates in terms of legislation. Resolution on these were communicated to the executive and were relevant to other organs of the state. As a consequence, more than 200 executive undertakings were recorded in the NCOP. With regard to the sittings of the House, these were used to deal with the debates in general, reports, policy debates, and bills. Half of the sittings were hybrid and more than 50 were virtual. This is a stark reminder that even in the face of COVID-19 pandemic, we managed to put in place the necessary information and communications technology infrastructure and adjusted the rules to ensure that the work of the House continued unabated. Our innovative spirit during the pandemic resulted in the introduction for the first time ever of the mechanism of ministerial briefings. These provided the members of the executive across the spheres an opportunity to engage with the public representatives from the different spheres under one roof, thus improving the capacity for cooperation and coordination. They contributed to the deepening of oversight and the enhancement of accountability. While the COVID-19 pandemic affected our mobility, we found time to embark on Provincial Week and taking Parliament to the people and programs as a means of promoting direct people involvement. In respect of questions to the executive, the NCOP in the 6th Parliament broke a record in terms of the number of questions put to the executive. As of 10 May 2024, the total number of written and oral questions directed at members of the National Executive was 4,880. 4,880. This figure, honorable members and delegates, is better understood when looked against the total number of questions asked by members of the NCOP in the 5th Parliament, which was 2,946. The majority of the questions focused on the National Development Plan thematic areas, which include quality healthcare, security and justice, quality of education and skills development, housing, water, electricity, and sanitation. These are the areas, as we all know, that always attract community protest and related type activities. With regard to international participation, in spite of the travel restrictions owing to that outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, parliamentary diplomacy was not severely impacted upon. Members of this House were able to participate virtually or physically in the activities of the various multilateral bodies, which included the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
As you conclude, Chair.
The Pan-African Parliament, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and the Inter-Parliamentary Union. We also visited, as I conclude, counterpart houses in Germany and Namibia, and hosted several delegations from a number of countries, including South Sudan. I also wish to take this opportunity to salute all our managers and staff for their critical work to sustain the institution of Parliament. It is my belief that your contribution to the work of the NCOP has sustained the hope of the nation. Irrespective of the social standing, millions of South Africans from the provinces you represent were beneficiaries of your overall sterling work. It is heartening that in spite of extreme difficulties caused by many natural disasters we have had to endure, including the COVID-19 pandemic, we have managed to carry out our constitutional duty to serve all the citizens. Just to mention, as I was saying, as I conclude, that one of the members, valuable members of this house, is Honorable Ambassador Dang, who continues to occupy a special place in all our hearts. I thank you and everybody who contributed to the fulfillment of the mandate of the NCOP during the term. So I say, fare thee well, go out there and campaign. And to paraphrase Madiba, may the best party win. Thank you very much.
Long
That
live
will
the
be the
chair.
DA.
Long live the chair.
Long live the chair. Long
The
live.
ANC will indeed win chair.
Long
The
live the chair. Long
DA.
live.
Long live the chairperson.
Long
The
live.
ANC will indeed again and
Long
again.
live,
Long
colleagues, long
live.
live, long
Will
live,
again and
honorable
again
members, long
our
live.
chair.
Honorable members, order. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Permanent and Special Delegate. Before we adjourn the House, I wish to get an opportunity to address you, as this is our last plenary sitting of the term. This is important to allow the presiding officers to convene the remark to the House as we bid farewell and approaching the end of the sixth Parliament term. Honourable members, I'm mindful that this is truly an emotionally moment, and at the same time, this moment calls us to end the term in the most dignified manner that can help us to leave a lasting legacy for the generation coming. As we prepare to leave an impactful legacy, I feel honored to have been a member of this House that is continuing to shape the rich history of our country in presenting the provinces to ensure that the provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. Addressed the NCOP in 2007, former President of Republic of Honorable President Thabo Mbeki said, I quote, "Through its work, the NCOP has helped to ensure that people are able to look to the future with confidence," close quote. It is indeed true that our people have confidence in NCOP because of a unique nature of its work and its composition to bring together the three tiers of government under the one roof in order to address issues nationally important which affect our people. Honorable members, during the performance of the constitutional duties, I was truly privileged to have worked with men and women of great honor of this House. Together, we have achieved a lot. Let us build on our success. Let us maintain the unity that has seen us through many a storm. It is only when we do this that we can approach the future with confidence. Our collective effort during our term in this House has been my greatest motivate. Through your support, you made me a better member of this House and a better presiding officer. Over about, I wish to take this opportunity to thank the Almighty God. By grace, I have served his people in the NCOP and in Parliament. Honourable members, through our collective effort as presiding officers, I believe that we've done well to uphold the decorum and rules of this House, and especially promoting a workable relationship amongst you all as delegates from provinces. While we agree to disagree, we have shown that it is possible for the members to put aside the differences and work together for the better of the people of our country. Having worked together as public representative in this house, there is no doubt that we are leaving behind a rich legacy that will enrich the term of the incoming 7th Parliament. As I wrap up, I wish to thank the Secretary of Parliament, Mr. Olile George, and the Secretary of the NCOP, Advocate Eric Modibedi Pindela, his management team and official for the steering work they continue to do for members of this house. On the same note, I convene our appreciation to our support officials in politics officers for providing us with a high-level support. Honourable members of the House, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude of my fellow presiding officers, Chief Whip, Honourable Seiso Mohai, Provisional Chief Committee Chairperson, and each one of your honourable permanent and special delegate for the support that you have given to me in this house. Your input, support, and spirit of cooperation throughout the term have meant a lot to me. Lastly, but not least, I wish to thank the leadership and the membership of the ANC and Alliance for their support and political guidance. Ngiyabonga. Before we adjourn, honorable members, I've got the announcement that after the meeting, there will be a lunch that is served in the dining hall after this sitting. Honorable members, I wish to thank all MECs, permanent and special delegate and SALCA representative for availing themselves for the plenary. The House is adjourned. Siyabonga.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Mama Winnie. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama.